of auto workers walking off the job. An unprecedented strike against all big three automakers. What does it mean for consumers, the economy, and how long could it last? We're live with the latest. Tracking Lee, the impact of the major storm now being felt up and down the East Coast, making for a wet and windy weekend for millions. Al's full forecast just ahead. Then, a little Diddy. He's one of the most influential names in music, and his first solo studio album in almost 20 years is out today. Sean Combs will join us live to tell us all about it. And we'll take a look back at his trailblazing career. And he's calling again.
For the first time in my life, I can say that Fraser Crane wants for nothing.
Oh, that's too bad. I had somebody that I wanted to set you up with.
I can be ready in 5 minutes.
Frasier returns to TV, the beloved sitcom, back after nearly 2 decades, and we've got your first look at the new trailer in Popstar. Today, Friday, September 15th, 2023.
Yes. On a sister trip from Pittsburgh.
Shout out to Alvin State University.
Go Rams!
Celebrating our 20th anniversary.
Where did they carry that?
Happy Friday! From Highland Village, Texas. Castleton, North Dakota. And Walnut Creek, California.
23:45 with the rock, I'm alive.
From Eden, North Carolina. It's my 50th birthday. On a church trip from New Orleans.
Here for my mom's birthday.
Today I turned 65. With my mom from Nashville. First time in New York at 76.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
Welcome back. Our next guest has gone by many names over the years. Puppy, Diddy, P. Diddy, and his newest, Love.
But no matter what you call him, one thing is for certain, Sean Combs is indeed a hip-hop legend. He's here to celebrate today's release of his brand new album, his first in 13 years, Oda.
All right, but before we chat with this trailblazer, let's take a look at his incredible career. He's been one of the most influential voices in the music industry for the past 30 years. Whether in front of the mic or in the producer's chair, Sean Diddy Combs has been shaping the world of hip-hop with hit after hit.
Can't nobody hold me down.
And after scoring 5 number ones on the Billboard Hot 100, Diddy is back with new music.
Sometimes you gotta smile through the agony and the stress. My feet
And ahead of his new release, the artist, producer, and entrepreneur was honored this week with the VMA's Global Icon Award, reflecting on his decades-long career.
I pray to God you'll get to do something that you love for 30 years consistently. It's truly a gift from God.
Diddy also performing at the VMAs for the first time in 18 years.
Definition of half man, half drug. Ask the clubs.
The performance, a reminder of past VMA appearances, like in 2002 with Usher, and in 1997 when he brought down the house with Faith Evans and Sting for I'll Be Missing You.
It's kinda hard with you not around. Know you in heaven smiling down.
That massive hit, also a viral sensation on TikTok 26 years later, reaching a new generation thanks to the I'll Be Missing You dance challenge. For Diddy's new release, the Love album Off the Grid, he's returning to his R&B roots while also pushing the sound ahead. The album features collaborations with Justin Bieber, Mary J. Blige, and The Weeknd. And Diddy says making the Love album brought him to a soulful place.
I'm not leaving here until the world has changed.
Good morning.
Okay, it's launch day.
Yes,
It's been a
today's
while
launch day,
since you
yeah.
put out some new music.
Yes.
How do you feel on this day?
I mean, it just feels great. I feel like I just had a baby, a newborn baby. I feel like it's been 3 years in the making, And you know, I stepped away from music for a while, just going through life's peaks and valleys, and to be able to return back to music, my first love, and to put out some great R&B music for y'all today is incredible.
Fair to say this whole week is a peak for
Yes,
you.
definitely a peak in life.
You know, you got the VMA icon where you perform with your son, 2 of your daughters
Yes.
were back there. You've got this new album called Love, and you got a new baby girl named Love.
Yes,
I
yes.
mean, it's all happening.
all happening.
So this
Yes.
album is more of an R&B. What made you want to get back into the studio and do a solo album after all these years?
You know, just I was asking myself what really makes me happy. You know, I've had a lot of success, but making music is the #1 thing that makes me happy. That's how y'all know me. That's what got me here. And so in R&B, as far as the genre of music, I feel it was missing that love frequency, that baby making music, that R&B dance.
I hope my wife's
type of-
watching.
Yeah. Something for you and your wife or your significant other to enjoy.
Wow.
And so that I really wanted. I'm in a love era. I changed my middle name to Love. My baby's name is Love. The album's called the Love Album. And so love wins, and that's the frequency that I'm in, and I'm giving the world.
Man, we got so much history, man.
Yes, we do.
Yesterday was 25 years of TRL in Times Square, and that was my home for a long time. And Puff's home was across the street. Bad Boy.
Yes.
So he used to come over to MTV to TRL back and forth. When you look back at those days, the music business, as an artist, a record executive, a producer, and you look at it now, putting out, what's the biggest difference?
The biggest difference is the scale, how big the music industry actually is now, and how many people get a chance to make music. So you have to adapt with the times, you know. There was cassettes and CDs, then streaming, and you just have to adapt with it. Music is going to constantly evolve. The industry is going to constantly evolve. So me getting back into it, I love it. There's a lot of different tools to make sure that people hear my music globally, and even experience. People are re-experiencing my music right now, through TikTok and a lot of other things. So it's been great.
You're amazing. I mean, you're obviously an accomplished musician, but also a producer. And you said something interesting about this album. You said it's not to, you didn't create it out of an algorithm to get likes. It's from the heart.
Yes,
it's to touch your soul.
Yes. I think music for me is about the feeling. So it's not about streams, it's about souls. And I want my music to always touch your soul.
You said you're at this moment of love in your life. What brought you to this moment? Because this seems like it's a very important milestone for you right now.
I think this moment isn't just individualistic to me. When you reach that lowest point in your life, and you've gone through certain things in a healing journey, and when you come back out the other side of the storm, it just depends what God makes you, and He made me love. And when I came through the other side of my storm in life, this is what I wanted to do and be. Is just be love and give love.
By the way, you've got so many great collaborations. You got Justin Bieber, you got Mary J. Do you just call them up and say, "I need you," or do you call
them say who's not on the record?
I mean, I think it's the relationships over the year. We have her, Jasmine Sullivan, Babyface, John Legend, The Weeknd, Justin Bieber, Mary J. Blige, and it's I have these are all my friends. So it's nobody that's not my friend that I just called. I saw you one day at a con. It's more like I know these people.
How are you going to release these tracks? Old school used to be radio. I know another one of me's out right now. The video's out.
You just put them out. The album's out right now. It's called the Love Album, Off the Grid, and everybody can experience.
People pick and choose.
People pick and choose. There's 25 cuts on the album. It's the Super Bowl of R&B. It's one of the greatest combinations of talent put together on an album in history. So it's great.
You know what's so cool about you? I read that you are going to actually give back the publishing rights to a bunch of artists on your label, which is incredible because it's happening at a moment that actually those rights are going for a very high dollar, and many people would keep that money for themselves. Can you just let me into that thinking?
Right now, I'm a person that's asking for change from the world. I'm asking for change from certain institutions, for people to evolve. So if I'm asking for that change, I have to be a part of that evolution to look within. So when I look within as a businessman on the other side of artists, I was like, this is the right thing to do. You know, it's contracts that were done, 20, 30 years ago. Things have to evolve. And so I think we all have to look within the corporations, everybody in power, and just us as a people have to look within and do the right thing. So it was just the right thing to do, and it's reform for the industry and reform for just us as people.
Well, you're an incredible human. And you know what else is great about you? We're flanked by this incredible group of students behind us. This is not by accident.
Yes.
Who are these kids behind us? Why are they selected?
This is Dr. Stephen Perry. Where's Stephen Perry? He's over there somewhere.
Yeah.
But this is Capital Prep. We have Capital Prep Harbor in Connecticut.
That's a school that
it's
you're
a school, yes. This is my charter school with Dr. Stephen Perry.
Wow.
Capital Prep Harbor, the Bronx, and Capital Prep Harlem. Make some noise, y'all. These my kids. Yeah. I mean, it's one of the greatest honors for me to come back to New York and open up 3 schools in my hometown.
Wow.
And
cool.
100% of our kids, they get accepted to 4-year colleges.
Wow.
So it's great.
Wow.
Yeah, it's great work.
And then we got to talk just a little bit on this sweet baby who's going to be 11 months, I think.
Today.
Today.
Yeah,
Baby
happy
love.
birthday, baby love.
Oh.
And the Love album Off the Grid is available today.
Yes.
All right.
Go check it out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Love you too.
Wow.
That's how you get it.
We got to get Morgan Radford in here more often.
We are excited. All this month, NBC and Telemundo are going to celebrate the vibrant and diverse culture of the Hispanic community with special programming across all of our networks.
And to kick things off this morning, we are focusing on the rekindling of a long-time debate. How important is speaking Spanish when it comes to being a Latino?
A new generation is turning that question on its head and redefining their identity in the process. NBC's Morgan Radford is here to explain. This is a big social media thing, too, isn't it?
That's right. Hey, guys, good morning. It's a very interesting question because for years, some Latinos who didn't speak Spanish were sometimes made to feel guilty or embarrassed by their peers or sometimes even their family. But now there's a movement to change that dynamic and reclaim and perhaps even expand what it means to be Latino.
¿Cuál es su nombre?
My name?
It's a cross-cultural debate.
You can't speak it because you won't speak it.
That's reached a fever pitch online.
Mischievous. Travesura? Close.
Travieso?
Yeah.
With a growing number of Americans who identify as Latino but don't speak Spanish.
I'm Latino, but I don't speak Spanish.
How important is language to being Latino?
Your dad was a Spanish teacher.
For Anita Flores, whose father is Peruvian, not being fluent in Spanish sometimes felt like a shameful secret.
I didn't grow up speaking Spanish. By the time I started taking classes, I was struggling.
And she's not alone. The latest polling shows just 55% of U.S.-born Latinos speak Spanish at home, down from 66% in 1980. There's even a nickname for the trend, No Sabo Kids.
The term can be controversial. For example, in Spanish, if you don't know something, you say no sé. But for someone who's perhaps learning the language, you might confuse the grammar and say no sabo, which doesn't mean anything at all. So calling someone a no sabo could be considered a little offensive.
I did not choose the No Sabo life. The No Sabo life chose me.
But now a new generation of Latinos is taking that label and running with it. No Sabo Kid has already gotten more than 390 million views on TikTok alone.
Spanish.
Some even turning the name into a game.
It helps challenge players' Spanish skills. It helps people share experiences growing up in a Latino household.
Carlos Torres says he created the Yo Sabo card game a year ago.
¿Cómo se dice apron in Spanish?
To help users build basic vocabulary after struggling with his own lack of Spanish fluency.
Growing up, I didn't really speak that much Spanish, mostly because I was trying to fit into the schools that I was going to. I've definitely heard of the term No Sabo. There is so much more that makes us Latinos.
Hola, me llamo Elena y yo soy...
Experiences companies like Spanish Sin Pena or Spanish Without Shame are working to provide in a different way. They've seen their customer base grow from a few dozen to nearly 1,000 per year since forming 6 years ago.
Okay, everybody, let's just get going. Let's just start.
With online courses geared toward Latinos who are learning Spanish.
Canción de él.
Learners just like Anita, who's been practicing through the program so she can communicate more with her father, who was recently diagnosed with dementia.
What if he forgets how to speak English? And I don't know if that'll happen, but if it does, I don't want to not be able to communicate with him. I love him. I feel very driven.
Your dad?
Yeah.
Now, after taking Spanish Sin Pena classes for 3 months,
from a scale of 1 to 10, I would say a 6.
She says she can hold a conversation in Spanish.
What would you say to other people who might be on the fence, who say, oh, I kind of want to learn Spanish, not really sure? What would you say to them?
It's never too late. It's never too late.
Never too late to learn or reconnect.
Never too late. And what's so interesting is that this language loss among generations, it's actually measurable. In fact, one Pew study found that while 80% of foreign-born Hispanic parents encourage their kids to speak Spanish often, by the second generation, that number actually drops to 53%. By third or higher generation, it's just 41%. So it's a pretty interesting when you look at the breakdown.
I think it's pretty cool that, it's now saying, come try to learn. It's never too late. Why not? No,
but if you
no
don't
shame.
speak it, it doesn't define your heritage,
Yeah,
right?
No, of course not.
It shouldn't.
And that's the point. Like, this world is so big and it's so beautiful, and it's time to be inclusive. And however people come to their identity, that's their journey.
Less judgment. But you make a good point. Like, there should be no purity contest.
There's no purity contest. No one is going to win a purity contest,
You don't have to be
right?
fluent to be proud.
Yeah, you can be proud however you come.
There you go. Thank you, Morgan. And we should mention
process.
today All Day is celebrating Hispanic heritage with an all-day marathon, including extended conversations with Eva Longoria, Rita Moreno, and Lin-Manuel Miranda. Tune in on Sunday on our streaming channel Today All Day.
We are back with Love Your Mornings, and today contributor Allie Love is here, eager to share some of her fitness rules to help you keep your health and wellness goals on track. Hi, Allie. Good morning.
Good morning.
I feel like this is an intervention that you're having with me because if you're not doing your exercise and you're like, I don't know if I can, this could get us back on track.
Exactly. I mean, who doesn't love rules, right? Right, Selena, that's the thing, is that if we have some rules, when we come to make decisions, we don't have to deal with decision fatigue. I talk about this all the time. We make 35,000 decisions a day. So if we can free up some of that brain space, especially when it comes to our health and wellness, then it's very, very healthy.
Well, these rules are easy to follow, too. So number one, you say never skip a warm-up. Guilty as charged.
Yes, you all know this. I think we say this all the time. Never skip a warm-up. It's easy. One of the best things to do, and you do this when you get out of bed, are these 3 workouts. The good morning. The good morning, you've heard of it?
Yes.
When you step out of bed, you swing your legs around, you push your booty back, and then you stand up. That's called a good morning. A good morning here, you're working out your abdominals, you're activating your glutes, your hamstrings,
That's
you're getting ready.
That's
a good morning.
Okay, that's our warm-up.
Exactly.
Okay.
Another workout for the warm-up here is some lateral lunges, just to get some adductors. Look at that, some hip swings. You just call it.
No, okay, yeah, sorry. Not a dance class.
And then, of course, hip cars. You can just make some
we're not doing
rotation. This is helping you when you are walking or running to the train to the bus to get to work. You don't want to create some common injuries.
Okay. I love your second rule. Short workout is better than no workout.
Exactly. 5-minute workout. I love this because guess what? Most of us are watching TV on the weekends or post-work, and we didn't maybe get our workout in. Here's a great way to do that. Anytime there is a commercial break, you can roll out a mat, throw it on the floor, and you're going to alternate between crunches and planks for the commercial break.
Okay.
Now, for most of you that are probably streaming, or you're maybe like, this is on demand, you're watching the Today Show on demand because you recorded it, and you may fast forward through commercials. One of the things I would emphasize is maybe at the top of the hour on your leisurely hours, you take the first 5 minutes and you alternate between a plank and crunches for 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay.
And you get
planking for 3 to 5 minutes?
You're going to do like a 10-second plank or a 20-second plank. Look at this one. Look at
I'm
this
like,
one.
that's a long plank.
It's not a long, not for, you're not going to hold the plank for
That's
3 to 5
what I was wondering.
You're like, count to 10, roll over 10 crunches. Hold the plank, 10 crunches.
Plank,
you can do that,
crunch.
Right?
Probably. I would try. Okay, the third rule is the rule of threes. Let's step over our mat here.
Step over your mat. The rule of this is one of my favorite rules. If there's nothing you take away from this segment, please take this away. Rule of threes. You ask often, especially to me and my fellow Peloton instructors, how often should we work out a week? Sweet spot, 3 times a week. You want to work out 3 times a week. Make it fun. Do whatever floats your boat, tickles your pickle. You know what I mean? Another rule of 3 is, if you try something new, try it 3 times. The first time you try something, including me as a fitness instructor, you're gonna feel like a hot mess.
Yeah.
It's gonna feel unfamiliar because it is. So you want to try it the first time, hot mess. Second time, a little more familiar. Third time, you're locked in. And then after that, decide if that workout is for you. And of course, the last rule of 3 is hydration station. Yes, 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 people. Hydration station. Take your electrolytes, throw it in the ice cubes.
Okay, this is
them.
Tell me how you do this, because you want water, but with electrolyte ice cubes. Show us how you would do that.
You just basically take some electrolytes, you sprinkle it in your
You can get that at the vitamin store or whatever?
Exactly. You can order this off Amazon.
Look at
you're learning. You're learning.
I really am.
I love this segment.
Yeah.
Put some water, pop it in the freezer. You wake up in the morning, put the ice cubes in your water bottle. You want to hydrate 3 times, beginning, middle, and end of a workout. Very simple. Very simple.
Okay.
Yes, and your 4th and final rule.
Yes.
Is this. This is for you.
What?
We don't want workouts to suck, right? We work out because we love our bodies, not because we hate them. So find a workout that's fun. You want something fun, not forced.
Okay.
You can do frisbee, paddleball, tennis.
Yes.
You don't have to do CrossFit. If you love bar class on Peloton, take it. But I don't want sweating to suck.
Okay.
So those are your 4 rules. You warm up. You do that 5-minute either at the top of the hour or on the commercial break. You have your rule of 3s, and then of course, more importantly, make sure it's fun, not forced.
Allie, you're inspiring me. Thank you so much. By the way, you can join our Start Today community. It's really good. It's more fun when you have friends.
There you go.
So get our newsletter delivered to your inbox every morning. You can scan the QR code. You see it right there on your screen.
Brian, stay over here.
We're back. We're back with Today Food Loves Football. It is week 2 of the young NFL season. Division rivals, the Miami Dolphins, who looked absolutely amazing last week, taking on the New England Patriots Sunday night right here on NBC.
Oh, it's going to be a tough game for the Patriots, but we'll see. We've got some good food at least, great recipes while you watch the game. Our friend, cookbook author Alex Cornishelli is here. Wrote a cookbook with her daughter, Ava. It's called Cook It Up. How old is Ava?
Cool. Yes.
That's cool. How old's your daughter?
She's 16.
Wow, she's an author now?
Yeah.
What did she contribute to the book?
Oh my God, over half the recipes.
That's amazing.
It made its debut on the New York Times bestseller list.
Wow.
Yes. I love how you just added that in. This is my, talk to my
I'm your
PR.
hype man.
I am, you are my full hype man.
You're going to start with the steak?
16-year-old's still asleep right now.
Yes.
16-year-old's a New York Times best-selling author.
Yeah, no, my daughter's probably asleep now that she's an author. She's like, I don't have to get up anymore.
What are you doing for the Dolphins? I see you've got some seasoning
I love
going
how
on the
you
steak.
make it for the Dolphins because you want
This is the Miami table.
Okay, so little oil and vinegar on some sliced up cabbage, salt. Let it sit for hours.
Yeah.
Let that vinegar soak in. Salt.
Did you wear that sweater knowing you were going to do cabbage? Are you matching the cabbage on
You
purpose?
know I coordinate
You're
my
so
food
good.
my whole life.
You're so good.
Salt and chili
that
powder,
sound.
hanger
that sound?
steak.
Oh, that's the sound of angels singing.
It really is. And then we come down here and we just build it. Literally, we're going to do a little mashed avocado on a corn tortilla.
Corn's a good tortilla for this, right? Better than flour?
I like them both, but I'm team corn.
For this application, I like corn better.
You do.
This little
I
taco
agree.
here.
Right? Then, so the avocado on the bottom is like nature's glue. And then we get into just a little steak on top.
I mean, you can't beat
Come on.
The cabbage with that vinegar, little lime to finish. And that's so easy.
It's like a little street food and so delicious.
Yes, snackable.
All right, come on
And
down.
then
Let's talk
here-
about these chicken sandwiches, Chef.
Yes, so the
It
chicken
looks like
sandwich.
You kind of pounded them out a little bit.
Yeah, cutlets. You can usually get them. Look, he's already eating. I love that you're like, I can't stop eating.
I don't mess with
Our tasters are here. How are the tacos?
Oh my gosh.
They good, Al?
Hey, Frank.
So good. So good. I'm so glad. And then in the
Other side. There you go.
egg. No,
still there. Still there.
Little egg. I love how literally I'm like by myself here because they're all eating. Yeah.
Well, Ava should be here, but she's sleeping.
Yes, she's at home writing the next cookbook.
Panko?
All right.
Just little panko crumbs there?
Panko, but I'm glad you asked because I mix in some of those old school plain breadcrumbs.
Oh, I like that.
So you get like the big and
Miss the
small
old school
texture.
Italian.
Panko and bread. Yeah, remember when there was like only one kind of breadcrumb to
Yes.
get? And then
It was in the cylinder.
Right in the hot oil like this,
Yeah.
frying, bubbling on both sides. It's not a how do I know when it's done because it's just you know.
You just know.
Like look at it.
You just know.
It's got like a built-in indicator.
Tell me about this sauce here. What are you making? Is that just regular old-fashioned mayonnaise to start?
Yes, and God's nectar, garlic powder.
Garlic powder. God's nectar.
It's just really, it's just sitting there on your shelf waiting to be Beyonce. That's what I feel. And then a little bit of red wine vinegar and a little hot sauce. And if you don't
Love
like
all
it
this.
spicy, don't
I like
add
it spicy. I like it spicy.
When do you use garlic powder versus garlic salt?
Well, I like the garlic powder with sauces because we're going towards ranch dressing, Caesar dressing, and you want that kind of gloriously trashy pizzeria garlic taste.
Trashy.
Right?
How do we?
A born natural cook here we've got.
How do we build it, Chef?
Towel on his
Neglect.
shoulder. So we're gonna build little mayo.
That's your sauce that you made.
Yeah, will you put the cutlet right on
I
here
love this
for
building
me?
part.
Yeah, well,
Talk slow.
Right.
This is the best
Talk
part.
slowly. All right. So first,
Yes. Look at the crisp on that.
perfect. Look at that.
I
Look at
love
that
the shredded
placement.
lettuce. I love that.
Lots of shredded lettuce, please.
Love the thin pickle.
Yeah.
What kind of
you're
pickle?
Not
doing
a bread and butter pickle. It's the dill, right? I mean,
I'll see you guys later. He's got
no.
He knows.
But every bite has to have that crunch of the
Yes.
lettuce, the pickle,
Does.
right? We can even get a little like, come on, it's Friday.
Yeah.
That's God's glue.
And then also, you know, it has to poke out of the edges. Like the bread has to be too small. He's back there cooking my steak for me. You
That
gotta
is
love
fantastic.
it. You like that?
No, I love that. That
I
is
love
fantastic.
it. Just a lot of eating. I love that.
that's what it's all about.
Your pickle.
Sunday football. Patriots,
Absolutely.
Dolphins. Patriots don't have a prayer in this game.
No,
They don't.
Not the way the Dolphins
are
are playing.
No.
You have to get my new cookbook and stay home.
Yes.
And
The
root for
sandwich
food.
Alex made for us.
So
This is
good.
Incredible.
Delicious.
There's the
Cook it
cookbook.
up.
Yeah.
There's
Shout
the
out to Ava. Hi, Ava. Congratulations. This
Wake up,
recipe
Ava.
and more, today.com/food. Alex, you're the best.
By the way, again, Dolphins, Pat, Sunday night, right here on NBC. Mr. Roker, one more time.
Oh, I thought you wanted the Dolphin.
What about the Pats?
That's right. It's your cousin from Boston. This morning on the third hour of Today, Is anyone out there? The big question on alien life reaching new heights as NASA joins the search for proof we are not alone. Then, the cutest bedtime buddy. We've got a special visitor all the way from Sesame Street. Elmo is here with a new way to help kids of all ages. And Superfood swaps, a plate of nachos you can devour, and sheet pan candy apples when Joy Bauer works her kitchen magic. Today, Friday, September 15th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Oh, good morning. Welcome to the third hour of Today. Craig, Al, Chanel, Dylan.
Are we all here?
All here.
We're
On a
here.
Friday.
We're here.
On a Friday. This
Friday.
Friday.
Because it falls back to the grind.
By the way, tonight marks, of course, the start of the Jewish New Year, Rosh Hashanah. So anyone celebrating Shana Tova to you.
You just did a mitzvah.
Thank you. Thank you. Everyone ready for the weekend?
Oh, absolutely.
Big plans?
No.
Okay, those are the best weekends.
Going to outer space.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's right.
That's a nice term.
Find me some aliens.
Hey,
nice turn.
that tees us up right here because we do want to begin this morning with a question that always gets people talking. Is there life out there? Congress and the military are on the case.
Oh, look at
for
that.
Scientific evidence, and now NASA is too. NBC's Gotti Schwartz joins us this morning. Gotti, I love when you're here doing these stories because I
know.
I love finding out
that
more
too.
information.
What was that?
We're going to get into all
real.
that in just a second. But NASA getting into the fray here, that is exactly the kind of government agency you want on this because they are civilian scientists first, which hopefully will do away with that whole sorry, we can't tell you it's classified kind of response that we're getting used to. And they just published their game plan on how they want to get to the bottom of whatever is flying around in our skies in ways that we just don't understand.
Whether you're a believer or not, the question of aliens on Earth is here and now. NASA, the agency most associated with space exploration, has entered the UFO fray.
I personally believe in a universe that is so vast that could there be a replication of life on Earth elsewhere? Of course I believe that.
The agency releasing a 36-page report Thursday on unidentified anomalous phenomenon, or UAP. Their conclusion, there's no proof aliens exist, but they might. NASA saying UAP presents a unique scientific opportunity and that the agency should play an essential role in studying the subject. That report coming directly on the heels of a sensational revelation in Mexico.
No estamos solos en este vasto universo.
Supposed ancient alien bodies. Jaime Maussan, a self-described UFOologist, revealing two figures to the Mexican Congress claiming they were not of this earth. But Maussan has made unfounded claims in the past that turned out to be hoaxes. So in the world of UFO and UAP experts, there's some skepticism. This past July, former intelligence officer Major David Grush testified in front of Congress that the U.S. is concealing a long-standing UFO program.
I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program.
The Pentagon's UFO office has denied Grush's claims, but lawmakers are looking for answers.
Do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes.
All of this talk of what else might be out there is reducing the UFO stigma. More folks are coming forward, including New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers, who recently talked about a UFO encounter he says he had years ago on the show Hard Knocks.
We heard the sound and we saw this tremendously large object moving through the sky.
And if the truth is somewhere out there, now it's official, NASA is on the case too.
Now, a big part of this report is how to use AI to help search for UFOs. So much of the Earth is already covered with sensors and satellites, but looking for weird things flying in the sky is like looking for a needle in a field of haystacks. But NASA is hoping that AI and deep learning systems could help solve the mystery of UFOs.
You know where I stand on the whole thing.
Where?
We do. She thinks it's the future coming back to talk to us.
No, it's not just her. I mean,
You
if there is a
Wait,
theory,
you buy her theory?
And we're speculating here, but if there is a theory, it's either things are coming and they look a lot like us, or they fly ships that look like something that humans built and they're coming from other galaxies, or we've cracked the other dimension. We know how to travel in time.
Are we talking about the multiverse?
It could be. Al's on the case too. I mean, it makes sense that these things would be like AI probes that come from the future from us. More so than,
I just want to hear more from Professor Aaron Rodgers.
Thank you, Gotti.
There you have
I'm
it.
over here trying to be here now. I'll just focus on that. Thank you, Gotti. All right, so while we continue, or they continue, to search for alien life, Mr. Roker over here has an important message for all of us this morning when it comes to our own planet. You recently delivered your first TED Talk, which is such a big deal. It's a call to action on climate change. And everybody, we're talking about it because starting now, today, we can listen to Al's entire TED Talk online. In fact, it just might change how you take care of your home. Listen to this.
One of the most impactful options is electrification. Sure, we think about cars, but what about stoves? What about lawnmowers, leaf blowers? In fact, a recent automotive test, think about this, running a leaf blower for 30 minutes adds more pollution to the atmosphere than an F-150 truck driving 3,800 miles. One leaf blower.
In his TED Talk. We were like, really, Al? Is that true?
Yeah, because of the advances they've made in automotive technology and catalytic converters, things like that. But yet, these two-stroke, mix of oil and gas type lawn blowers or gas, gas-run lawnmowers cause a lot more pollution. So the technology's there, electric lawnmowers.
I just got an electric leaf blower.
Yeah, quieter, less noise pollution, less air pollution. So there are these little steps we can take that will help our planet. So we're very excited about it.
So really cool. How cool to be sitting next to the big TED.
Yes, it was very surreal. All these hip folks and there's me.
So when you're wear sneakers.
It's so cool.
That was pretty cool.
That was the one place I thought, I can wear sneakers.
It looked good. I mean, it looks beautiful.
Congratulations.
We really had a good time.
Congratulations. And it sounds like we're going to learn a lot as well. So we can all hear it on today.com. The whole thing is there?
That's there.
All right.
To be clear, that was your first TED Talk.
My very first one.
Wow.
First of
Yet another thing you did that we didn't know anything.
I know, right? He's going to star in like some movies.
That was because he was in a multiverse.
That's right.
We don't know which Al this is.
Right. Another thing that we're going to be talking about this weekend, in addition to that TED Talk, football. Cue the music, because it is time for another edition of Friday Football Fever. Every week, we are going to make every attempt, at least, to try and answer a trivia question about the two teams that are playing on Sunday Night Football.
Okay, so this week it's the Miami Dolphins at the New England Patriots, and we've got Football Night in America analyst Chris Sims with our trivia question. Chris?
Hey, third hour Today team. Here's this week's trivia question. In 2007, the New England Patriots won every single game until they got to the Super Bowl, and they were upset by the New York Giants. There's only been one team in the history of the NFL to go undefeated in the Super Bowl era, and it was in 1972. Was it A, the New York Jets, B, the San Francisco 49ers, C, the Miami Dolphins, or D, the Dallas Cowboys?
Can I guess?
It's an easy one.
C.
I was going to say San Francisco.
I was going to say the Dolphins, but have they been around for that long?
Yes, they have. And they are that is the correct answer.
So what's the answer?
The answer is C. But Chris, confirm.
The answer is the New England Patriots AFC East rivals. C, Miami Dolphins, 1972 perfection. And you know what? Sunday Night Football this week, we got Dolphins and Patriots. Tune in.
Oh, I like how
Nice little segue there.
Put that all together. Love that.
All I can say is go Pats.
Yeah, there you go.
The way the Dolphins looked last week.
One game.
Okay.
The Pats always lose the first game.
You can catch Chris and the whole Sunday Night Football gang when the Miami Dolphins take on the New England Patriots starting at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC.
They may have a shot. It is in New England.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll talk about it on Monday.
Yeah. I've been looking forward to this story that we've got coming up.
Yes.
Chanel, you took this powerful trip to Alabama for the 60th anniversary of that deadly church bombing at the height of the civil rights movement. Well, we're looking back now, and Chanel gets to talk to the survivors and community about replacing a legacy of hate with one of love. Third hour of Today. We'll be right back.
To a somber milestone now. On this day in September 15th, 1963, the bombing of a historic black Birmingham church. 4 little girls lost their lives. More than 20 others were hurt, all because of racism and hate.
The attack came at the height of the civil rights movement. And to put it in perspective, it was only 18 days after Martin Luther King Jr. had delivered his I Have a Dream speech in Washington, D.C. The tragedy, as you can imagine, rattled communities across the country. And for this 60th remembrance of the bombing, I sat down with those honoring that difficult legacy while turning the message into one of hope.
This is the same building, the same sanctuary that was bombed. We say that the history of the church is a part of his story, and that's the story of God's love, mercy, and grace.
With 21 years behind the pulpit, Pastor Arthur Price Jr. is the longest-serving pastor of the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama.
What does this 60th anniversary year mean for you and the congregation?
It means that we have a state of resiliency. We know in 1963 that the Ku Klux Klan bombed this church. 4 girls lost their lives, but yet in spite of all of that, the church is still thriving.
The bomb, placed outdoors beneath church steps, took the lives of 14-year-olds Addie Mae Collins, Cynthia Wesley, Carol Robertson, and 11-year-old Denise McNair, who are getting ready for service inside the women's lounge in the basement.
I understand, Joyce, that you were getting ready to go to the service that day?
Yes, that's correct.
What happened?
My father received a phone call from my aunt. She called to tell us that the church had been bombed. Denise McNair was a family member. Her mother and my father were first cousins.
Oh, so she was your little cousin?
Yes.
How old were you?
I was 12 years old.
Did you ever question, what if I would have been with my cousin at the time?
We just knew that God was in control and it was going to be made right at some point in time. Behind this wall is where the women's restroom used to be.
Church members Joyce Holloway and Armin Bragg reflect on their journeys while guiding visitors through the tour ministry.
What is it inside of you that said, you know what, I'm going to stay here?
I replaced fear with courage. Nobody was going to run me away, and if I had to endure bombing again, I would go through that.
How old were you when it happened?
I was 18 years old. So I had dropped my sister off here at Sunday school, and I went on to work. It wasn't until 2 o'clock that I witnessed police patrols in the streets. I turned on the radio to see what was happening. I immediately rushed home, and my dad told me that he had talked to my sister. She was still at the church here, talking to the FBI.
Did you come to the scene?
Later on that evening, I did.
Do you remember what you saw and how you felt?
Well, I saw the big gaping hole in the wall. There's not an adjective to describe how bad I felt. I was in shock.
How did you find a resolution in there somewhere in yourself?
Well, I guess it's just like a sore on your arm or leg. Over time, it heals.
Beyond the tragedy of the 4 girls lost, there is another critical part to this story. A 5th little girl in the lounge that day survived.
It started out as another beautiful, ordinary day. What do you remember about that morning? How old were you?
I was 12 years old. We walked to church that Sunday. They was gonna have a youth day program, and we was going to sing in the choir.
It took decades for Sarah Collins Rudolph to speak publicly about what she endured and the loss of her older sister, Addie.
When Denise McNair walked over to Addie, and she said, "Addie, tie my sash." So she reached her hand out to tie the sash, and I heard this loud noise, boom. And all I could do was say, "Jesus, Addie, Addie, Addie," but she didn't answer.
There's a statue in Birmingham. It all revolves around what you remember.
They put them up because of what I sing in the restroom.
As a child, was it hard trying to move forward?
I was in a very nervous condition and so fearful because when they remodeled the church in June 1964, I just couldn't go in there anymore.
Is there a day that goes by that you don't think about what happened?
No, I think about it every day because they had to remove my right eye. And when I look in the mirror at it, I just think about it, you know, just what happened.
What would you tell that little girl?
We got to live on. We just can't die in our minds, in our hearts. hearts and stay there. We got to get up and keep on moving.
What message do you want to leave people with?
Hope that out of tragedy comes triumph. That in spite of chaos and confusion, courage does prevail.
Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson will give the keynote address today at 16th Street Baptist Church at this morning's event marking the 60th anniversary. Sarah Collins Rudolph is expected to be there. She doesn't like to go there, but she does when in moments like this. And while she says that she has forgiveness in her heart for the men brought to justice decades after the bombing, she also wants restitution. It has been a very long and expensive road with numerous surgeries. I talked to her at length, and so if you would like to hear more of Sarah's story, there's so much more to her story about what she endured. We put all of our conversation, we put an extended conversation at 10:30 this morning Eastern. It'll be streaming on Today All Day channel on Peacock or your smart TV. So if you're saying, okay, Chanel, I don't understand that, how do I go there? Take out your cell phone, go to your computer, just type in today.com/allday and it'll pop up. So I am forever changed by that conversation.
It was an amazing story. I spent some time at the church years ago, and what a lot of folks don't realize is, well, that was tragic in so many ways. It also arguably helped change the civil rights movement.
Absolutely.
When people saw that, and people heard about that, and they read that in the newspaper, people started thinking, oh my God. 4 little girls.
Enough.
They attacked 4 little girls in church.
Yeah.
Oh, and I remember because in 1963 I was in 3rd grade, and in our Catholic church, the minister, the priest, talked about that. And it was really the first time in our church where they were talking about that.
I think around the country, it was like little girls.
Yeah, that was the we'd have been talking about it, had been part of the ministry, but that was, I think, the straw that broke the camel's back in a sense. That brought it home for people.
Absolutely. I'll leave you with this. There was a picture in her living room of the 4 little girls, and it looked like they were kind of clapping their hands. And she says now as an adult, she looks up at that picture because for decades she just didn't want to talk about it. She said now she looks up at that picture and she feels like they're up in heaven clapping for her. Like, thank you for saying what really happened that day. So thank you, all of you guys, for talking there in Birmingham to me that day.
That was just beautiful.
Thank you.
We needed that.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
Well, sunny days eventually turn to night, so when you're getting ready for bed, you and your little ones might want to try out a sleep cast with some familiar friends. Sesame Street and Headspace teamed up once again for season 2 of Goodnight World to help families wind down before bedtime.
And joining us this morning, one of our absolute favorite guests, Elmo.
Yeah. Oh, good morning, everybody.
Hi, Elmo.
Good morning, Elmo.
Marie Truglio, who is the Senior Vice President of Curriculum and Content at Sesame Workshop, and Morgan Seltzer, the Chief Content and Studios Officer at Headspace. Ladies, good to see you.
Good morning, everybody.
Elmo, welcome back to your second home, Studio 1A.
Well, thank you. Elmo loves it here.
So, Elmo, so we're talking about sleep and we're talking about bedtime here. What's your bedtime routine?
Well, Elmo brushes his teeth.
Good.
And washes his face.
Yep. Yeah.
And Elmo sometimes has to go to the potty.
Of course, of course.
We all do.
You know, and then Elmo has a nice, restful sleep.
Oh,
I like that. So, Rosemary, tell me, this podcast that you guys have come up with, how we come to realize how important this is, routines and sleep and everything for our little ones.
It's so important because, you know, it's never too young to learn what we call these mindfulness activities. We all have these very busy days, and sometimes we have these really big feelings. And so as we're trying to get ready for nap time or quiet time or nighttime, we need to quiet our minds, quiet our bodies. And so our partnership with Headspace gives us an opportunity to tell these wind down stories and integrate these mindfulness activities for children to learn, to build their toolbox, but also for parents to learn, to support these mindfulness moments with their children.
And Morgan, to that point, what can parents take away from this whole series?
Yeah, it really gives you an opportunity to learn a wind down routine with your kids, and it teaches you things like belly breathing, visualization, saying goodnight to certain body parts, ways to really shut your mind off and transition to sleep. And I think it's good for adults and kids to learn those skills. I think for kids, if we can teach children at young ages how to emotionally regulate, think about that's a muscle that they can use over and over again as they encounter challenges throughout their lives.
I think it's so fascinating, and one of the techniques in this Sleepcaster that you guys talk about imagining certain situations. Elmo, what about for you? I mean, what do you like to imagine?
Oh, well, Elmo has a very big imagination. Yeah.
That is for sure.
One of the things that Elmo loves to do that maybe we could all do together is called belly breathing.
Oh, belly breathing.
How do we do that? Yes. So why don't we start? So what we're going to do is we're going to take slow, deep breaths, right? So we're going to put our hands on our belly.
Yeah, hand on your belly.
You got it, Elmo? And so we're going to take a slow, deep breath in through our nose.
In through nose.
And out through our mouths. And we're going to do it one more time.
One more time? Okay, in.
Nose. And out through our mouth.
Elmo, why does that make you feel better?
Well, you know, so it helps Elmo just calm down and relax and take a minute. Because sometimes Elmo doesn't know what to do.
Sure.
And Elmo's, but then Elmo can breathe.
Oh. Hey, Elmo, I was wondering, I just became a grandfather.
You did?
Yes.
Congratulations, Mr. Al.
Thank you, my little granddaughter Sky Clara. And so tell me.
She's beautiful.
Thank you. What's the best thing about grandparents? What do you love about your grandparents?
What Elmo has a nana and a papa. And Elmo loves them very much because they're very kind and friendly. And if Elmo's having a bad day, they help calm Elmo down. And they make cookies.
Of course.
Oh, there you go. Hey, could you say hi to Sky for me?
Yeah, of course, Sky. Hello. Hi, Sky. Elmo loves you very much.
Oh, man. That's why you're the best grandpa ever. Cookies for Elmo and cookies for Cookie Monster, too.
That's true.
Elmo, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having me.
And Rosemary and Morgan, thank you so much as well.
Thank you.
By the way, season 2 of Goodnight World, it is available on Headspace. Full disclosure, not endorsing it, but I've been using Headspace for years. It's a fantastic app. So
that's right. And now you can add that belly breathing. Belly breathing. That's right. Hey, coming up next, Bed Bath & Beyond, Best of Bed and Bath Awards with the winners in everything from sheets to blackout curtains, and we've got some exclusive deals as well. And then later on, Joy Bauer's got some superfood swaps for us, like a healthier version of nachos we can all enjoy during football season. Third hour of Today. I'll be right back.
All right.
Ooh.
Love you, Elmo.
Love you.
it doesn't matter how old you get.
back now with the winners of NBC Select's first ever Best of Bed and Bath Awards. NBC Select is an editorially independent team working hard to pick the best products for our viewers, and they have some great suggestions for us today.
So their staff spent nearly 900 hours trying over 200 robes, towels, bed sheets, and more. Wow, and they're getting paid. NBC Select contributor Brittany Jones-Cooper is here, and you can purchase everything you see by scanning the QR code on the bottom of your screen. Brittany, good to see you.
Good to see you. It's hard when you're asked to sleep on the job, but I'm here to support you guys.
I've got this axiom that the more you pay for your towels, it seems like the less they dry.
Yeah, so heavy they don't. And our award for the overall best towel is $14.
Boom.
Threshold. What we love the most is that it's super soft. Touch these. It's super soft. That's what you want. Our editors compared a lot of things. One was how quickly the towels dry. These dry really fast.
Ooh.
Also, after a few washes, they're still soft.
Oh, wow.
They come in a variety of colors. So for $14, I would just get a set.
Yeah.
You know, I would get a set.
Can't beat it. And they dry well.
And they dry really fast.
Bath mats here, also important in the bathroom.
Yeah, so what you want from a bath mat, right? It has to feel comfortable under your feet.
And I also want
it
it to dry.
And it has to be absorbent, right?
You don't want it to slip.
And so this is our favorite fabric bath mat. It's the Green Earth bath mat by the company store. And we like it because it has these looped rows and these tufted rows. So under your feet, the texture feels amazing. But our editors also like that it dried fast. And you can throw it in the washer and dryer, so they're easy to clean. That's good. Come in a bunch of colors, easy way to spruce up your bathroom.
We don't want our shower liners.
Let's talk about these shower liners here.
Yes, these are from Bossify, and these were our favorite shower. I mean, we spent weeks installing, uninstalling,
We just want to make sure they don't like mold and
shower.
mildew.
Yeah, exactly. So this was our favorite shower liner for one reason. Super easy to install. The clips are plastic. You just loop them on the rod, loop them on the curtain. It's up in a minute. I mean, it's super fast. Our editors also like that this is good plastic. It's thick, it's durable, and they have these good magnets at the bottom, so it's going to keep it secure in your tub.
I do like that.
It's not going to stick to you. It's going to stick to your tub. And these are only $16.99.
Do they only come in these
No,
colors?
there's a variety of colors. There's a clear one that I tried out that I really loved. Yeah.
You don't want the hot pink in your bathroom, Craig?
Well, I actually love a pastel.
Okay.
These are amazingly soft.
All right, this is my jam. There's a lot of different sheets out there, but our favorite, the best for online or for cooling are these Cijo, and they are the Airy Weight Eucalyptus set. And they feel so soft because they're made with eucalyptus fiber. They're also hyperallergenic and bacteria resistant. I've been sleeping on these all week, and you are like wrapped. You're wrapped in like affordable comfort, and they're even more affordable today because Cijo is offering a 20% off code.
I like what you wrapped in affordable comfort.
I mean,
well
do you
done.
want to be wrapped in affordable comfort? And today you get 20% off. Just use the code NBC Select 20 for the next 5 days.
If you can't have Craig Melvin wrap you.
No, guys, don't sleep on these sheets.
That's
Sleep on these sheets.
The blackout. The blackout
curtains.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a
blackout
champion sleep. Okay, we're in the same boat. I don't sleep without them, but they can get expensive. So this is our favorite value brand in the category because these are only $23.
And that's all you need.
Yeah, these are the Ecology Total Blackout curtains, and our editors can confirm that they are total blackout. They block out the light. Also, people don't know they're good for noise reduction and temperature control. So for $23, let's do a lot.
Can't beat it.
That's 3 in 1.
Exactly.
Right. And then last
Tell us about the pillows.
All right, guys. If I was to fall in love with a pillow, this is it.
Really?
If you're looking for the best cooling pillow, this is our selection. It's the original Casper. It's really like 2 pillows in one. In the middle, there's these short fibers. On the outside, there's these softer fibers. So you really get this soft and firm pillow that I didn't know existed.
You like that affordable comfort?
I've been sleeping through the night. Our editors also love that it never gets flat. You just clump it like this.
And boom.
And you can throw it in the washer. And did you know you're supposed to wash your pillows every 6 months?
No, not.
Okay, well, you're supposed to. We'll work on it. In the meantime, you can get a pair of these for 10% off. Or today, Casper is offering 30% off if you use the code NBC Select 30 for the next 5 days.
Will they give you 10% more if you use the
Okay, stop it. Brittany, thank you so much. Scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen to purchase these award winners. We got the full list of awards at NBCnews.com/select. We should also note that NBC Select earns a commission off of purchases made through QR codes and links on our website.
Up next, Joy Bauer making loaded nachos with a superfood twist, plus the perfect dessert for apple picking season. And then a little bit later, one of my favorites, Teddy Swims.
All right, he's back.
Teddy became a huge sensation singing covers of popular songs. Today, Teddy celebrating his own debut album release with a live performance just for us. 3rd hour of today, right back.
Hey now.
Hey now.
Hey now.
Superfood Friday, and this one is just for you because fall is here and it's the perfect time to focus on healthy eating habits this season. So today, nutrition and health expert Joy Bauer has some tasty ideas. And we're already sipping everything this morning. We're excited.
I am here to feed you the good stuff.
Woo. Okay, so football snacks, obviously chips and queso, very easy.
So what we're going to do is transform this platter of cheesy nachos into a lower carb superfood version using bell peppers.
This actually looks better.
It does look good.
Chips.
Guys, this is the easiest recipe to do. So basically you take bell peppers and you quarter them and then you face them cut side up on a baking sheet just like that, and you could add to it whatever you want. I have seasoned ground turkey meat with beans and corn that I added. Then you're going to put on, of course, shredded Mexican cheese, pop it in the oven at 375 for 10 minutes.
This is great.
Right?
And you know what's great? The pepper's not overcooked, so it acts like a chip and it doesn't fall apart.
Minutes in the oven. And here's the other thing. The leftovers heat up beautifully. What you're eating, I actually made last night, and then I warmed it this morning. Katie warmed it for me. And if there's any leftovers.
Did you put the recipe online for the meat?
All of the recipes are online. So classic hummus is always a win in my book.
I thought it was
Chickpeas are
good for
wonderful.
you.
It is so good for you, but I thought it would be fun to superfoodify it a little bit.
Superfoodify it.
Superfoodify it by adding some omega-3s. So what I did was, instead of chickpeas, I made edamame hummus. And this is very simple. All I did was in a food processor, I added shelled, frozen, thawed edamame with tahini and lemon and garlic, a little bit of water. And for some Asian-inspired flavor, I did soy sauce and some rice vinegar.
That's terrific.
And I think it's nice,
I like that
right?
better than hummus.
This is good. It's a little lighter.
Never even
Ian and I
make
loved
this up.
it.
I've never heard
I
of
made it up.
Wow.
Again,
Superfoodify
recipe is on the website.
This is
and
delicious.
I love also that it brings this sort of fashionable hint of green to your table.
So we've got fall coming up, and
You know
the
what it
candy
is?
apple.
It's soy sauce.
The candy apples are a big thing.
It's a dash of soy sauce
Let's
with
move
the
over.
rice vinegar. Craig, you have a great palate. Okay, so we love candy and caramel apples,
Yes, we
but
do.
they're filled with corn syrup and sugar, and they're also tricky to eat, and
Sure.
they're
Yeah,
labor
they are.
intensive to make. So instead, we are making sheet pan apple slices. So all you do is you slice up your apples, you lay them on a baking sheet,
Right.
and then I added drizzly softened nut butter and dark chocolate, and then you could adorn it with dried cranberries and coconut. Now, Craig, this one over here has cashew butter for you because you don't like peanut butter.
So you know me.
I know. I know.
She sees
These
you.
are delicious.
And it's so, this is a great activity with your kids as well.
That's good.
And depending upon how many people you have over, like if you're having a football watching party, I make a great big sheet pan of it.
Wait, what was drizzled on this?
So there's a little bit of nut butter, dark chocolate, and then I added some shredded coconut, granola, and dried fruit.
Fantastic.
Wow.
3 for 3.
They're having
Winners.
Touchdown!
This is the after-school snack today.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Very good.
Got it.
My hands full.
Very
These
good.
recipes you can head to today.com/food.
All right, coming up next, you want to have a little live performance here? All right, we have a live performance from the great Teddy Sims. Everybody around here is so looking forward to this performance. His covers have racked up millions, hundreds of millions of streams, and today he's out with his debut album, and we can't wait to hear his new music when we come right back.
I said I would die for you, babe.
City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
I'm so happy to see you, man. I'm so happy.
Our next guest, Teddy Swims, rose to fame back in 2019, wowing millions of listeners with those soulful song covers of his like Mario's Let Me Love You.
Well, he has a talent for artfully blending genres like R&B, country, and pop. And now he's here to perform a song from his debut album out today. It's called I've Tried Everything But Therapy, Part 1. Teddy, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So from what I hear, this is a labor of love. You're so open about mental health and the importance of it. Talk to us a little bit about this and why it's so important to you.
Well, I'm trying to be more and more, and I think there's some generational mindset that we're finally getting over and getting over the hump of and being able to normalize just speaking about it. And there's been something for me in my head that's always held me back from starting therapy. And I wanted to name this album this, and it's the first time I feel like I'm vulnerable and open enough to talk about it. And it's kind of a promise to myself that I'm going to start therapy with naming it this. And,
I love that.
Getting in front of people and promising that to a whole bunch of people. So
hold you accountable.
I want to give you something here. Got a little gift because we love you here at the show, but a lot of people love you. This is a plaque celebrating 1 billion streams on all platforms. People love you, Teddy. They love your music. They love what you've done. I
gotta sing. You're gonna make me cry.
No, there'll be none of that.
No.
So I'll leave this over here for you. But we love you.
Thank you.
And keep going. Keep crushing it.
Thank you so much. Don't cry yet, because you're about to perform the lead single, Lose Control.
It's a baby.
No, you're not.
You can take it, channel it right now.
Channel it right now.
Something's got a hold on me lately. No, I don't know myself anymore. Feels like the walls are all closing in, and the devil's knocking at my door. Whoa, out of my mind. How many times did I tell you I'm no good at being alone? Yeah, it's taking a toll on me. Trying my best to keep from tearing the skin off my bones. Don't you know I lose control when you're not next to me? I'm falling apart right in front of you. Can't you see? I lose control when you're not next to me. Yeah, you're breaking my heart, baby. You make a mess of me. Problematic. Problem is I want your body like a fiend, like a bad habit. Bad habits hard to break when I'm with you. Yeah, I know I can do it on my own, but I want that real full moon black magic, and it takes two. Problematic. Problem is when I'm with you, I'm an addict, and I need some relief. My skin and your teeth can't see the forest through the trees. Got me down on my knees, darling, please. I lose control when you're not next to me. I'm falling apart right in front of you. Can't you see? I lose control when you're not next to me.
your
Make sure
band,
you
too.
check out his new album. It's called I've Tried Everything But Therapy, out now. Wow. We'll be right back. Wow.
That's it. That's all for this Friday.
That's right. But next week on Third Hour, we got Oscar winner Anne Hathaway.
You know, come back and just sing for us. Can you just be our house band, guys? That's what we want. That's what we want. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Today, actress and author Millie Bobby Brown is here with a sneak peek at her most personal project yet. And skincare is in the spotlight. We will reveal today in People Magazine's Beauty Award winners. Plus, Olympic track and field superstar and world champion Allyson Felix.
From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, it's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey guys! Happy Friday! Happy September the 15th,
How are we already in the middle of September?
We
Feels
are.
Like just yesterday we were in the middle of August.
And it's got a little nip in the air.
Oh yeah.
Little something, you can
Yes.
feel it. I'm digging it. Are you excited about like pulling a sweater out?
Oh yeah.
Putting on a cozy
Oh
sweater.
yes. What about carving those pumpkins?
Carving them. You went all the way there already?
Well, I'm just,
Okay,
you know,
okay.
it's fall. Like, we've already been talking about what everybody's going to be for Halloween in our household.
What are we looking at?
Hal wants to be a New York City rat. Not just a rat, but a New York City rat. That's
So
a special
bigger
kind of
than-
breed.
bigger than normal.
Large, maybe pizza in half of its mouth.
Okay, that's crazy.
So weird.
What about
right?
Poppy and Mila?
Poppy is going to be the character from Clueless, which she's never seen.
Okay.
And Mila, the last I checked, was going to be one of Taylor Swift's albums. I think Lover.
Okay, that's such a cute idea.
Yeah.
By the way, that's a cute idea
It's
to be an
cute,
album
right?
cover. Brilliant.
What are we going to be? We don't know yet.
I don't know, but you know what's going to be good?
It's going to be good.
It's going to be really, really good. Okay, so there was a recent article in Glamour magazine. It's getting tons of buzz.
It said, to all my friends, this is a bridesmaid resignation letter.
It's called Bridesmaid Burnout. Because bridesmaids, as you well know.
Well, you too.
Yeah, but I mean, I've been probably 6 times in my lifetime. You've probably been 6 times in the last year.
No, not in the last year. No, I don't. I'm too old now. I've aged out. But
No.
during my prime,
Yeah, you were really in there. You were bumping. You had everyone wanted you. Jenna's my bridesmaid because you're everybody's
remember how
best
you
friend.
would like send during my era was just like right at the tip. Now it's elaborate things, but we would send like little notes that would be like, "Will you be my bridesmaid?"
It's it is something that you're really choosing your top 5 or 8 or 3, whoever they
Yeah.
are. That's what you're doing. You're identifying for the world these are the ones I choose. It's
Yes.
a lot.
Well,
so
I
when
didn't
you're left
actually
out,
have bridesmaids.
You didn't?
I had my sister
Yeah.
stand up there. I had like what was called a house party.
Okay.
So people that sat at the front that were my friends.
That was your posse.
But not like a whole
Well,
thing.
it's hard to choose, and it also does it's a little bit of a weird thing. But that can be a pricey ask.
Yes.
Sometimes weddings are destinations.
Well-
Sometimes you have multiple bachelorette parties and things.
Showers. The writer of this article alone spent $460.
4,600.
4,000. What did I say? 460.
Yeah, 4,600.
Add an extra zero to that.
Yeah.
$4,600 in the past year and a half. That's it. Year and a half.
It costs a lot and they're obviously dresses you don't usually wear ever again, no matter what anybody ever says. You're not.
Never.
They're like, and you know what you could do? Cut it off, do something with
The sad thing, the really sad thing about my own self is that I tried to pull that prank with all the girls.
What
I was
color?
like, they wore like a rainbow of colors,
Okay.
like blues and purples and, a spectrum,
Mhm.
but no dress was the same. So I kept being like, y'all are gonna, don't you feel like you'll wear this again? And the thing is, once you've worn it walking down the aisle, you're never
Did
gonna
you
wear
ever
it
want
again.
to say no, thank you, but I can't, or no, thank you?
No.
Because saying that is hard, especially because your friend feels like I just asked you like one of the biggest honors of a lifetime, and you
Yes.
turned
no,
me down.
I kind of feel like this is
You have
maybe
to say yes.
controversial,
Yeah.
but saying a flat out no
Yeah, you can't do that.
is going to be, because that the people, is a now you can say, hey, and I have done this. I will be there. I can't wait, but I won't be able to come to the shower, or I won't be able to be at
All
the
the things. Sometimes there's too many things.
Yeah.
The breakfast, the brunch, the this, the that. There's too many. Too much.
We're tired. We just need a weekend at home, okay? You know what?
What
When
if you
I
were
say
just
I
honest?
might be there,
You're not going to be there.
no, I'm not going to be there. And so here's the thing. In the next year, I'm going to try to just say no
No.
from the beginning.
Because you know what? And I think this is true, and I've read this, and I think there's scientific research that when you tell the truth, even on a small thing,
Yeah.
your body relaxes. Your body relaxes. It's almost like, even if you're unsure, I mean, this, not to go this in a deep, dark place, but if you aren't sure if you have an illness, you don't know what it is,
Yeah.
and the doctor says, we finally figured it out. No matter what it is, you go, I know now. Like, your body relaxes. The truth is something that I think it just helps you physically
Okay.
once you say it.
So to the people I made plans with tonight, I will not be there. I will be at home.
You were going to be cozied in.
With my children.
Don't you love that?
And actually, I don't want to put them to bed either, honey. You'll be doing that. And guess what? I won't be cooking. We'll be ordering in.
Yes.
Wow.
Don't you feel better? Just say all the things. And nothing has to be hurtful to somebody.
No.
You're just telling your thing.
Because guess what? It does not reflect the other person.
Yes.
Saying no. If somebody says no, I can't make it to your brunch.
Event.
It's not about the brunch.
Right.
It's not about you.
Yes, it's nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
Stop taking everything personally.
Yes, exactly.
That's what we were saying. Okay,
I have some bad news.
What?
It's really bad.
What is it?
So it turns out according to a new study, the classic Southern American accent has been fading. I don't know where we
I don't
found
know if
this
that's
study.
true. I'd like to know, because I was just on the plaza,
Oh, me-
and when Texas, Louisiana,
You heard 'em.
Kentucky, Tennessee represented.
Oh, yeah.
You know what
Mississippi?
Mississippi. Oh, just today, by the way, outside, a woman who was outside goes, Hoda? I said, yes. You're not going to believe this. I was friends with Stan Sandroni, who hired you in Greenville, Mississippi, News Center 15. I was like, wow. And I was there all
And
over
her
again.
voice, before she said ho, but when she had just said ho, she just had to call you ho. And you know where she's from. So I
But do you
disagree.
but it is. Are you bummed that your kids don't have Southern accents?
You know that somebody actually sent my mom Texas dirt to be put under the bed when I delivered my children so
Oh,
that
so
they
they
could be
have it.
born on Texas soil in New York City? I was
Your
like,
kids are always going to have Texas in them. That's why they go to summer camp.
No, and they do
That's where
have
their
Southern
grandparents live.
accents
Of
because
course.
once I start to have a margarita and put on some Willie Nelson, I'm
Then
a whole
it's-
new person.
And I bet you when she comes back from summer camp,
Oh, yeah.
She's got, so you're going to preserve it. You're not
Yes.
letting it go.
No, and I'm just going to just put a little recording while they sleep. Not in their ears, because I would hate to damage it, but just
in
yowl,
the room. What about your
yowl,
parents?
Yowl, yowl,
What
over
are you
and over.
saying?
Yowl,
That's yowl?
yowl,
It sounds like yowl.
yowl, yowl. Yowl.
That does not sound like y'all.
Yes,
that sounds
it does.
like yowl.
And by the way, do you have a Southern accent? You weren't even born in New Orleans.
Well, once you've lived somewhere long enough.
Although you were born kind of in the South.
I was born in Oklahoma. And
That's
then we
the
lived in
South.
West Virginia. Oklahoma is not the South.
That's like saying Texas isn't the South.
No, Texas is the South. Oklahoma's in the middle.
You want to bet? I guarantee you people from Oklahoma think they're from the South. Let's put out a little.
Okay, Twitter, if you're listening, X.
Especially
X, if you're listening.
Sounds dirty when you
Well,
say it like that.
that's what it is.
Okay.
All right, we'll find out. Here's something hilarious. So if you love this song, there are two groups of people. People who love the song that you're about to hear and people who don't. Stephen King is somebody who loves this song, and his wife is someone who doesn't. And in fact, he said this song that you're about to hear almost cost him his marriage because his wife said, it's enough of this song. So what is the song that almost broke up their marriage?
A little bit of Monica in my life.
A little bit of Monica in my life.
A little bit of Tanya.
All I need.
A little bit of Susan.
All I need. A little bit of in the sun. A little bit of
all night long. A little bit of
Jessica.
Here I am. A little bit of you
Makes me your man.
Wow.
Come
the fact
on.
that song.
Mambo number 5.
You love it, don't you?
I love that. There are certain songs that when they come on, you want to jump up. It was kind of, you did too. You kind of
I
jumped up.
wanted to jump up, but if I had a husband that played it over and over and over again, we might have a problem. I take Stephen King's wife side on this one, okay?
Why?
Because
Make Stephen King happy to hear Mambo number 5 again and again.
Okay, now you, my friend.
She says, one more time and I'm going to blanking leave you. She is not messing around.
She was serious. Do you do people around you ever get tired of the way you listen to music?
You know why? I will play a song until it is played to death.
Dead.
I will keep playing it and keep playing it.
There's
Even
nothing like the first day you love something because she comes in, but you know that you're about the 7th person that's already heard it because she's worked with about 20 people before 7:30. So she's like, y'all listen, everybody listen.
I know.
Even by that one day, you're done.
And you know what everyone always asks? Who is it? Who's singing? And then I always say, it doesn't matter who sings, just listen. Feel it, feel it, feel the music.
Yeah, and she really wants you to kind of get into it.
All right, come. Are we still? Oh, yes!
A little bit of Tanya
in my life. Coming up next, the classic candy bar battle.
Find out which sweet treat can't be beat after this.
A little bit of Tanya in the sun, a little bit of Mary all night long, a little bit of Jessica, a little bit of you makes me your man.
The fact that we know this song.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Tomorrow is National Choose Your Chocolate Day. Wow, there really is a day for everything. And to celebrate, we're going to play a game we're calling
Hoda and Jenna's Ranked. Oh, God, sounds like rank. All right, so here's what we have. We got candy bars here. We've got 5 of them. We got a Snickers, 3 Musketeers, Baby Ruth, Twix, and Butterfinger. Now, we have a minute. Jen and I are going to work together, and we're going to rank these from what we think is the least appealing, number 5, up to the most appealing.
I feel like this
and we're going to talk it out. We're going to talk it out.
This was a dream of mine as like a little chubby second grader that's come into fruition. All right, ready?
Okay, 30 seconds. Let's arrange. First of all, let's start off with this. 3 Musketeers. Nobody eats these.
Last.
Number 5, no question.
Okay.
All right, number 4.
Butterfinger. I don't know what is the
Butterfinger
thing
or
in these-
Baby Ruth. Which one is?
I can't. They're both.
We're going
Can we
from
put them
our
both on
least
4?
favorite. No, because we have to. One has to be 3.
Butterfinger's really
all right, Butterfinger.
Okay.
We're going Baby Ruth for
Yes.
number 3.
This
So
is
now,
the normal Snickers.
well, here's the last.
Okay, I
2.
agree.
Okay,
Let's
wait.
go.
Hold on. Number 2, we still have plenty of time. We're rushing this. So people don't like 3 Musketeers because the nougat or whatever is inside.
I don't like the orange stuff in Butterfinger.
We're not sure what it is. Baby Ruth
They're okay.
is okay, but it's got the
Nuts.
nougat again.
No, and it's also
Nougat
got
is
the peanuts, which
okay.
people are
hit me
allergic
with
to.
Snickers.
Snickers, delicious.
But-
Frozen, even better, but not as good as.
Because this also has nougat. We're going number 1. Twix! And you know why Twix is number 1? Here. Okay. All
Why
right.
is the alarm
Now,
going off?
how do you, here's the other question. How do you eat a Twix?
Oh, this is how I like to do it. I like to break them,
And then what?
pull the caramel.
Uh-huh. And then bite it? No, that's not how you do it.
Please don't eat around the corners. Please don't eat it like
That's
corn.
a Pop-Tart.
Please don't eat it around it. Please, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? No, uh-oh. Depends on aisle 3.
Oh, you make me laugh. Oh, my God. Okay, you bite the caramel off the top.
That is so gross. Ooh.
No.
Show me your teeth. Show me your teeth.
And then you get the cookie bar bites.
Wow, this show has really hit a new high. All right, y'all want to head to our Instagram to see if you agree. I know you'll agree with this side of the table. This might be controversial. I think
Nougat.
people like Snickers.
If they left nougat out of...
or the orange stuff that's in Butterfinger.
All right.
Okay.
Coming up next, Millie Bobby Brown. The actress is very busy.
Yeah, she's got a new book. She's getting married. So will her famous future father-in-law be singing at her wedding? We're going to find out right after this.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
At 19 years old, Millie Bobby Brown can do it all. She's acting, she's producing, she's running a beauty brand, and now writing a book.
It's incredible. It's her debut novel based on her family's real life experiences, and it's called 19 Steps. Millie, hey.
Hi.
What can you not do for real?
Whistle.
You can't whistle?
No.
Wait, for real?
Yeah.
Wait, I feel like Hoda
never
can
learned
teach you
that?
how to whistle. She's a great
Wait,
whistler.
I don't know. I can do it with my fingers.
Oh, see, yeah, that's all very impressive to me. I can't do that.
Really?
Yeah,
Can you
and
snap?
I can snap.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't have. I have many animals, and I can seem to just never whistle. So my dog was running away from me the other day, and I just started asking a stranger, "Can you whistle for me?"
Do you ever just? You have a cat, right?
I have a cat. Yeah.
I have a cat. And do you just say, "Hey, here, kitty, 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 kitty"?
I'm trying to make all the. I can do all the other sounds, like the shh, shh, but the whistling just doesn't seem to.
By the way, that is the funniest thing.
Yeah.
Can others in your family whistle? 'Cause
Yeah,
sometimes-
everyone else
Oh,
can
that's
seemingly
just.
Oh yeah, so
that's
it's not
your thing.
inherited. We've got to just
Okay.
dig into this later, not
I
on the show.
know.
Okay, wait, we have to talk about 19 Steps.
Yeah.
I read a review where the ending said your grandmother, for whom this is dedicated, would be proud. This is based on stories that she told you before bed. Tell us about how it all came to be.
So when I was younger, I couldn't sleep, and so I would crawl into her bed and I would say, "Nanny, like, can you tickle my arm and tell me the stories about your childhood?" And she would tell me these stories about her experiencing World War II, and like, yes, of course, that there is a lot of tragedy within the stories that she was telling me, but there was also a lot of humor and a lot of love and community and friendship. And I felt like this could be something really important for people to know about. So I started putting it on paper.
And you kind of took her stories, fictionalized them. 19 Steps, what does that signify?
So my grandmother was raised in Bethnal Green, where she grew up. My mom grew up, and Bethnal Green, the Bethnal Green tube station is where she would seek shelter from the German bombers. So one night there was a faulty sound, and their kind of go-to is to go down the steps going to the Bethnal Green tube station, and one person fell down those steps and the rest followed, and over 100 people died, most of them being children, and that's due to the steps being unsafe with, too dark of a light and handrails, some tiling problems, and so it was one of the biggest civilian disasters in World War II, not due to the war in England.
So as that review said that your grandmother would be proud, first of all, what do you think she would think, and what does your family think of this?
My nan would feel she was very, I was actually talking about this to my mom, she was very empathetic to the situation and very worried about upsetting or triggering anyone's trauma. She actually had a friend that had lost her whole family in it, and she visited, she would frequently visit, and she would always tell us to not mention it, to never mention it, because she was so worried about the trauma that it might dig up. So I think she would be really hesitant about, how it's explained, but I think she would be really excited overall, and my family are really excited. It's really weird because it's such a personal story, and when you're talking about it so casually, when your whole life it's been like something that you've just held on to forever, it's kind of a strange but very therapeutic.
Did your grandmother get to see some of your success? Was she able to witness?
Yes, and she did. When she got diagnosed with Alzheimer's, I was in the industry, so she was able to see some of the stuff, but sometimes she wouldn't understand it because of the Alzheimer's, so she would kind of know it looked like me and and then she would have these moments of clarity where she would know it was me. So but I like to remember her the way I remembered her without Alzheimer's, and me, and her telling me all these stories, and she had a lot of but she did have a lot of clarity in moments.
I wonder if she'd love your fiance.
She would.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
she would. She definitely would. I know. And I still, I frequently think about that. My nan would have been like, "Oh, he's very handsome." Yeah, she would have loved him.
And you all are planning a wedding.
Yes.
How wedding planning can be both beautiful and sometimes stressful. How's it going for you?
It has not been stressful at all for me. I mean, Jake is he's very involved. He's very helpful during the whole process. I've never felt alone in it, which I think is really nice. I'm always like, is this a good idea? Is this a good idea? And he's, but ultimately it's just a very intimate day for the both of us, and we're really both very excited.
John Bon Jovi, his dad, won't be singing, will he? Or might he?
I feel like that's like asking me to go and like do like a full-on play for everyone. I think the man needs a break. He doesn't stop. He's always doing tennis or singing lessons.
Yes.
I think he needs
a break.
Maybe it's a 3-hour break. I don't know how much
he could just be the father of the groom.
Yeah, I think that would be
I know that would be wild. I don't know if
just
he'll be able to do just that.
So, 19 years old. I think back to when I was 19, and you don't actually really want to know what I was doing because it was reported.
There's proof.
There was
of what
reports,
you were doing.
but you have such a beautiful maturity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How do you still get to have fun? I mean, are you allowing yourself to be a kid at all?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, I am 19, but there's only so much you can really do. I'm not somebody who likes to go out, and I'm a homebody. I love my animals. I love being home with my fiance and my family. That is the fun that I seek. It's really boring, but like chopping up the vegetables and going to take them out to my pony is like the best part of my day.
Wait, and you raised a baby lamb?
I did, yes. At the very beginning of the year, I was able to.
It's totally normal.
Where did you find that baby lamb? It was just you couldn't whistle to it, so how'd you get it?
I couldn't. It's true. There's someone I know in my neighborhood that had, their sheep had babies. So I was like, okay, I'll take one. Took one, and then I was like, oh, I can't put this thing outside. Like, he's baby, he needs me.
Yeah.
So then I got him a stroller, and I actually was going into a grocery store, and I bought diapers because he was sleeping in my bed.
Yeah.
And people thought I was pregnant. And so there was like neighborhood gossip. Millie's pregnant. She's not told anyone. I was like, you guys, I'm about to go in the adult section of the diapers because he's getting so big.
Wait, he slept in the bed?
He slept in the bed every night for 8 weeks.
Oh.
Wow.
But he was, but
you better wash those sheets,
I
girl.
know. He has nothing. He was so good. I would wash him with the sheep shampoo and brush him. And me and my we just absolutely love taking care of this.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
I feel like you're the true life Snow White or something.
Yeah.
You're like a real Disney character.
Dr. Doolittle.
Yeah, Dr. Doolittle.
Yeah, that's it. All right, don't go anywhere because Millie's going to play a game with us, a revealing game right after this. Hilarious. Okay, that's hilarious about the whistling.
Yeah, I know, right?
Welcome to today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all. We are back with actress and author Millie Bobby Brown, and we wanted to learn even more about Millie. It's a game we're calling Is Millie for Really? All right.
Okay, and we're gonna try to tell. This is why we're dressed up as detectives. You're gonna tell us a story, and we're gonna decide: is Millie for really? Is this a true story or false? So tell us the first.
Okay. My godfather is actor Matthew Modine. One time he came on a road trip with me and my family, and he accidentally ate a dog biscuit filled with CBD, thinking they were for humans.
Okay, I believe the CBD dog biscuit, but I don't.
That's too specific of a detail. I believe it's for really.
It's not for really. definitely not for really.
It is for really.
Yeah. Wait, I called it
Matthew
really.
Modine?
Yes.
Is he the one that inspired you to act?
He is like he is just like a huge
Oh my
influence in my
God.
life. But we took him on this road trip and he is a little clumsy. And I watched him eat it and I didn't say anything because obviously not. And he slept for about 4 hours.
Okay, we're ready for the next one.
Alrighty. I filmed the audiobook for 19 Steps while nursing a baby kitten and would have to take breaks to bottle feed her.
I'd say that's for real.
That's absolutely true.
It's for really.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is that still your kitten?
No, I fostered her. So now I found her a new home. Her name was Tiger Lily, but she would be like,
Oda's actually
and I
in the
would be like,
market for a cat.
You are?
I'm allergic. I can't.
You
have a cat.
can take Allegra. I have a cat.
You can take Allegra.
That's what she does.
That's what I do.
And she has
I'm allergic,
allergies.
but I would never give up on that.
Okay, next.
No, never. Okay, next. Pipe in mouth. I once made a dress out of the wool from the sheep that I have personally raised and cared for, and I wore it to a red carpet.
You would never shear that sheep.
No,
you would
did
not, girl.
do that.
Because you
We
slept
would
in
have
the
read
bed.
about this.
No, you slept in bed with the sheep.
No,
not
you did
shearing
not.
it.
You guys are right. Good job. That is not for really, and you are right. Shearing sheep is okay, but I would not do that because I'm just like, you know what? You be you.
Yeah, grow your hair long.
Okay, my family members had a dog that won a race, so in order to keep entering it into competitions, they painted it a different color. But on the day of the race, it rained and all the color washed off.
Was the dog pink? Was
That's
the dog
such
purple?
Sounds like such
Very
a weird
specific.
detail.
I say it's
Really?
real.
It is for really.
What color did they paint it? What color?
We're hustlers, is what we are. I think it was like a dog. The dog was definitely like white, and it was like a black. It was bad.
Did it work?
It didn't. It didn't. But hey, it's worth a shot.
All right, we love you.
Thank
so
you,
much
guys.
fun.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations about this book.
Yes, pick it up.
It is beautiful. Read it with your teens. Buy it for your kids. It's incredible. You can check it out. 19 Steps is available right now at today.com/books or wherever you buy your books.
Coming up next, serum, scrubs, masks, and more. We've got skincare winners from People Magazine and the Today Show, the Beauty Awards, coming up right after this.
Thank you, Millie.
The best.
So good. We love
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today with Shaken Eggs and Bacon.
Hold on, I'm just gonna say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you.
So do you think you'll act forever?
Boom.
We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
For the last 9 years, Today has teamed up with People Magazine for our Beauty Awards. Staffers sampled and reviewed the latest products, and today we're featuring some favorites in skin and body with People Style and Beauty Director Andrea Laventhal.
Hi, Andrea.
Hey.
Hi, guys.
Okay, we love this. Y'all have
Skin and body, that's what we've been waiting for.
Okay, so let's start with this serum.
This is from Olay. This is their super serum. This is their This is their first ever serum. It has 5 skincare MVPs. So basically,
I like that.
takes all the guesswork
Look how
out of
pretty it
skincare
is.
for you. It's got them all: niacinamide, all the brightening, all the
Is
hydrating.
this for at night or in the morning?
You can use it morning, night, underneath your makeup. It gives you a nice glow.
I like it.
And like I said, it takes all the guesswork out. It's one serum, all the ingredients
So
you want.
Ashley actually was one of the ones who tried this on. and
She loved it. She
Okay,
said it gave her a
awesome.
nice boost.
All right, now let's move on to this, please.
Okay, so this is from Derma-E. This is an incredible cryo mask. So you guys know, like cold plunge pools.
Oh, I love that.
So do you put this in a refrigerator?
Yes.
Wait, back to
yes.
Katrina. Pay
Katrina, we've been
attention.
telling her skin looks amazing.
I know.
So Katrina, she tried this out. She loved it. She said she loves
it's cool.
cryo anything, and this was a hit. It really wakes you up. It depuffs you. So you know if you go out the night before, you got to be on air.
Is this something you put in the fridge? or-
Yes.
Oh,
I love
that would make
Stick it in the
sense.
fridge. It's going to feel really cool and refreshing and depuffing.
And is the price point pretty reasonable?
Yeah, this one's
Okay.
$22.95.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
All
cool.
right.
Let's move on to this.
This is something you like.
Oh, this is a face
This is-
polish.
yeah, this is the coolest. This is from Peach and Lily, and it's a polish. So it comes out like little grains, and then you add there you
Water?
go, a touch of
Oh,
water.
it comes out like powder.
It foams up, and then you just use it to exfoliate your face. And guys, it is the coolest sensorial experience. It's like very, very relaxing. One of our staffers who tried it, she said, I don't know what it is, but it was physically and mentally relaxing.
Wait,
for
now,
me.
is the price point good on this one too? It seems expensive.
So this is $48, but I have to tell you, in this bottle, you get so much, and it only needs like a little bit of powder to get all of that
And how
foaming
did your
up to-
skin feel after you did that?
Like really
butter?
It's
smooth.
beautiful.
Yeah, it's really smooth. I was
okay.
really impressed.
This is a sunscreen that you love too, right?
Yes, this is from Fenty,
Rihanna.
Rihanna. Yeah,
Ooh.
she nailed it with this sunscreen.
Thank
Everyone
you.
loves it. Sunscreen's a tough one to make people love. It feels kind of like a chore to apply. But how nice is this?
Wow, it smells great.
It's totally invisible on
There's
skin. It's
Alicia.
mineral. She loved it. She called it the Rolls Royce of SPF, which is, high compliment. It doesn't pill.
It has like a shine
Yeah,
to
no
it.
white
Shimmer.
cast. And it just makes, it like elevates wearing sunscreen. And we need it every day.
Yeah.
365.
Let's go to body care. Our staffers love this.
This was one of the
I love this kind of
favorite
stuff.
of the favorite.
Yes.
Everyone who tried this flipped over it. They loved the scent. They loved the way it felt. It's
Rihanna.
$10 for this jar.
Wait,
you
what?
guys. $10. And everyone said, I love it. I'm going to gift it. I don't want to shower without it.
Smell it. Smell it.
Oh,
smells
my
great.
God.
It's all
And it
essential
looks so
oils.
luxurious.
Is it all
does
over
look like
your
a good
all
gift.
over your body?
All
Andrea?
over your body. Yeah,
Okay.
so it's got peppermint, spearmint, cedarwood.
Okay, now this is supposed to be amazing.
This is our Fancy Pants
Oil.
product. This is from Caudalie. It's Smooth and Glow Oil Elixir. And this was like your indulgence. This is
Yeah,
your
wow,
fancy
it smells
product.
good.
Okay. Jackie said that it's a magic elixir. She said she's going to purchase and hoard multiple bottles
my
so she
gosh.
doesn't run out. And you know what? If you're going to treat yourself, this is the way to
This
go.
is the one to do it.
Yeah.
Ooh,
That's
those are
your
great.
string.
Andrea, you
Great
always
picks,
bring us the
Andrea.
best finds. We
Check out
appreciate
these
it.
products. Head to today.com/shop and see the full list of winners. Pick up the new People magazine, available on newsstands today.
Coming up next, y'all, one of the top athletes in the world, track and field superstar Allyson Felix. Find out what she's doing now to inspire and empower women. Right after this.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al, you're all of our heroes.
Yeah.
Y'all love Al Roker. Allyson Felix ran her way into the record books as the most decorated American track and field Olympian of all time.
She's incredible. She retired from competitive running last summer, but Allyson has been keeping busy. And earlier I caught up with her to talk about life as a mom and an entrepreneur. Allyson, I'm so happy to see you.
So nice to see you. Thanks for having me.
We're so happy you're here. And we were just talking a little. It's not all of us can relate to running at your level, at an Olympian level, but we can relate with changing, with moving, with career shifts, with a change in identity. What's it been like for you since you've retired?
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, I ran for 20 years and I loved every second of it. And it's really difficult to move away from that. I've had to make space to grieve because it's a very real loss. And I love the work I get to do now, but it's so different not to wake up and have that structure of training and all the things that I've known for so many years.
Yeah. Have there been real tangible things you've done to help kind of ease the transition?
I've had to make time for me to still move, and it's in a different way, but to still exercise and to feel like myself, because I think so much of it is so different, but I need those pieces where I'm like, okay, I'm still me, I'm in a different space, but I still got to put in that work and sweat a little bit.
You posted a list of lessons you've learned. One of the things I actually preach one of these things in a way that my sister's like, you're real intense, calm down, which is balance isn't real.
Yeah.
And any of us that are doing multiple things knows this, but like how have you found that true in your own life?
Oh, every single day. I really try to live by harmony. Let me try to put all of this in harmony together. And some days, I go to work and I feel like I'm killing it, I'm crushing it. And then I come home and it's like chaos and I feel like I'm failing, as a mother, as a wife, all the things. And I just had to kind of release it and say, like, this is what it is. This is a season. This is where I'm at right now. Some days are going to be great and some are going to be more challenging.
Yeah, it's such good advice. Okay, Cami.
Yeah.
I'm sure one of the sweetest parts of retiring, which is such a weird word for me to keep saying and looking at you, but for the shift in your life is that you get more time.
Yeah.
What have you learned about yourself as a mama?
I think just how much I enjoy it, being present, the little things, taking her to school and karate and soccer practice and just hearing, what's happening in her little day. And I just really find so much joy from watching her grow.
Oh, I love that. And I know that she has inspired you in so many ways. I mean, one of the things that I think makes you exceptional, not only the medals that you won, but the advocacy work you've done for maternity and maternity health. How did she inspire you to do that, to make sure that you all as athletes were getting what you needed?
Yeah, I mean, she just really showed me and made me think about, the world that she's going to grow up in and what I want her to have. And I had challenges myself, fighting for the maternal protections and really wanting equality for women. And so she's motivated me to keep pushing and not to accept, the status quo and just ask for more.
Yeah, and did that work out? I mean, were you able to get what you wanted?
I mean, it's been a difficult fight, but I am so proud of the fight that I did have with maternal protections and securing contracts for female athletes. And to just have contributed to that is huge. And yeah, I feel like we're moving in the right direction.
I mean, just to raise the awareness and to have those conversations. You say that inequality knows no boundaries. And this may surprise people, but even when it comes to the shoes we wear on our feet.
Yeah.
Tell me what you found.
I mean, I was absolutely shocked, when I parted ways with Nike and decided to start my own company, Sage, and learning that shoes have not been made for women. The biggest companies, a shoe is made off of last, which is a mold of a foot, and it's the mold of a man's foot.
Even women's shoes?
Yes, it's just marketing, you know? And that blew my mind because I felt like we were being lied to. So to be able to create shoes and to say women deserve better in every single aspect is huge. And so now, with our Felix runner, we have the best shoe made specifically for women, the best running shoe. And I'm just really proud of it.
I mean, that is incredible. And it is also something that's sort of sad when you think about it. You know, it's like that for you all to be the first or one of the first to do this feels like a long time coming.
Yeah, I mean, I was so blown away because, you know, having run for so long and not having this. But we really want to push the industry. We hope all the large companies do this as well. But, you know, for us, it's more than shoes. We want people to stand with women. We feel like this is a movement. And every time I see someone in our shoes, you know, and I get to connect with them, they relate to that message and they have their own story. And it just makes me really excited.
First of all, I've missed seeing you because I've gotten to cover so many of the Olympics where I've seen you run.
Yeah.
But what always impresses me is how you use your voice for good. Allyson, thank you so much. We love seeing you. What she does for women. I mean, and you know what? I love that she's like, no, retiring has been really hard. And she was honest. She was honest, and she said nobody talks about, and nobody can really understand competitive running.
Yes.
Because none of us are that athletic. But any of those career shifts for women or changes in identity can be very difficult. And I love how she talked about it.
Yeah, I love her honesty too.
We'll be back right after this.
And that's going to do it for us. Next week, we've got Stanley Tucci.
Oh, don't you love him? Plus actress Nicole, Ari Parker, and Rainn Wilson.
We love them all. Have a great weekend, guys.
Bye, guys. Enjoy it.
Bye.
See ya.
Say today all day, I don't know about you, but I love pecan pie. But why is it we only get to eat them on Thanksgiving? Well, Samadada and her baking buddy, Chef Samantha, have reimagined the classic holiday pie for any time of the year. Sama is serving up vegan mini pecan pies that make a perfect sweet snack. And then Samantha makes a stunning maple nut tart that is truly a work of art. It's all coming up next on #Cooking.
So we're just stirring.
Oh gosh, Sama, it smells so good already. Doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Don't you want this in a candle? I do. Sama's gonna start making candles.
I'm gonna start making pecan pie candles, baby. I am so excited today because I have one of my dear friends and baking queen, Sam Senaratna, in the kitchen with me today. We are 6 feet apart for obvious reasons, but we are still #baking buddies.
Absolutely.
I am so lucky because Sam food styled my first cookbook and it just looked so beautiful. We really bonded on set and I'm just so excited to have her with me today. We are going to be making our own unique takes on a pecan pie. I am making my favorite mini vegan pecan pies, and Sam is going to be making a more traditional, delicious nutty tart. I'm so excited. So let's get into it.
Let's do it. What are you going to do first?
Okay, so we all know this, that everything is a bit cuter when it's in mini form, right? So today I'm making vegan pecan pies. I find that they're the perfect thing to eat and make when I'm craving a pecan pie, but I want something a little bit more bite-sized and shareable. So the first thing that we're gonna do is make my filling. I've heated my saucepan on medium heat, and now I'm gonna start adding my filling ingredients.
Sounds good. What do you got?
Starting with some coconut oil.
Do you keep your coconut oil in the fridge, or do you keep it at room temp?
I keep it at room temp.
I keep it in the fridge.
Tell me why, Sam.
It lasts longer.
There we go. Pro tips from Sam,
But also,
baby.
I think maybe you go through coconut oil so fast that you don't need to keep it in the fridge.
I go through coconut oil probably like 1 jar a week. So after my coconut oil, I've got my pecan butter. A little fancy today with some pecan butter.
That is fancy.
A little fancy. But if you don't have a pecan butter, you can totally use an almond butter. Now, to sweeten this up, I'm using some coconut sugar and maple syrup, my favorite sweeteners. They're unrefined. They also have this very warm and delicious caramel taste. I find that especially for this tart, it's gonna get so caramelly, it's gonna taste almost like a toffee. I'm gonna mix this up a bit. And then I'm going to add some of my vanilla extract.
Delicious.
I'm gonna stir my filling for 10 minutes, and then I'm just gonna let it reduce and thicken and smell really delicious. It will smell like a candle. After we do that, after it cooks for our 10 minutes, we're gonna add our almond flour and our flaxseed meal.
Okay.
So we're just stirring.
Oh gosh,
and cooking.
Sama, it smells so good already.
Doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Don't you want this in a candle?
I do. Someone's gonna start making candles.
I'm gonna start making pecan pie candles, baby. Before you add the almond flour and the flaxseed meal, you wanna make sure your mixture is reducing a little bit. So you'll notice that it's bubbling up. It's kind of pulling away from the sides of the pan, and then that's a really good time for you to add your flaxseed meal and your almond flour. And it looks like we're there. I'm using an almond flour here just to thicken up the mixture a little bit, and I'm also going to use some ground flaxseed, otherwise known as flaxseed meal. Do you use this when you
I
make
do
or cook?
sometimes. I have a dear friend that's vegan, so I try to use flaxseed for her egg replacements.
Flaxseed meal adds some fiber, and we love a fiber moment here. We're stirring this up so the mixture gets nice and thick. The almond flour and the flaxseed meal are really what's going to help us get it there. Does it smell good?
It smells so good. You all wish you were here.
You wish you were here to smell this.
But you're gonna make it at home, so it's gonna be great.
Yeah, you are gonna make it at home. Please. You'll love it. Finally, for my filling, I'm gonna add my crushed pecans. You can just crush them with your hands, super easy. But I like adding this because it adds texture to the filling, and my crust is actually gonna be more on the cookie side of the spectrum rather than a traditional buttery crust. So it's nice to have some weight to the filling.
Yum.
Crush it up. It's okay if you've got some big or small pieces. You love texture here. Your tart.
It's all about texture.
It's all about texture. I'm so excited to get there. See how it's kind of thickening up? I'm gonna take this off the heat. Incorporate those pecans, get it off the heat, and then get to work on my crust.
If we don't eat it first.
If we don't eat it all first. So I'm actually going to use flax eggs to help bind the crust. I know flax eggs don't sound very glamorous, but they are super important in vegan and plant-based cooking. So I'm using 2 flax eggs here, which means I'm going to use 2 tablespoons of ground flaxseed meal, and I'm going to add 5 tablespoons of water to it. Make sure you give it a nice stir. I'm going to let my flax eggs hang out. They can just take a chill pill. And now we can work on the rest of my crust ingredients.
Yum.
Sam's excited. Okay, so I've got my melted and cooled coconut oil and my almond butter here. That's gonna serve as a nice base for my crust. I'm gonna add my almond butter first into my bowl. I'm using a creamy almond butter here. So I want it to be super basic, kind of a nice cookie crust. Now I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil. This is gonna be like my butter for the crust. It's gonna be really delicious and rich. I'm gonna whisk this together so it becomes nice and smooth. And then, to sweeten this crust up, I'm gonna add my favorite, coconut sugar. This is gonna complement the coconut sugar that's in my filling too. So good. Now I've combined my almond butter, my coconut oil, and my coconut sugar. At this point, our flax egg should be nice and thick. As you can see, pretty gelatinous. I know that's also not a cute word, but it's true. It's gonna help us bind.
Can I see, Sama?
Yes. So you can see how it's kind of thick. Look at that.
So fast.
Sort of like a gel.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be nice because this is what's gonna help bind our crust instead of an egg. For my dry ingredients, you know how I said it's gonna be sort of like a cookie, cakey crust? The almond flour is really what's gonna help it get there. And I'm using almond flour and coconut flour, which I like to do in tandem because coconut flour is so absorbent, almond flour is so dense, so I find it makes a really nice pairing.
Smart.
Whisk that up nicely. And here's where it gets fun, Sam. We get to combine our wet and dry ingredients. I'm gonna just put this straight into here. It smells so good.
Already.
Right?
It really
Already?
does.
Sometimes I find that this needs a little bit of help to come together, which is why I prepared. Got some almond milk. You can use any non-dairy milk you want, but it's just gonna help the crust become nice and smooth.
So in my crust, I would use butter, lots of butter, and flour, and granulated sugar.
Yeah. As you can see, this dough can be really sticky, so make sure you're armed with a spatula to help your whisk out.
You know it though, at home you'd use your fingers.
At home, yeah.
Yeah.
I do use my fingers when I'm at home. You know what? Are we over it? I'm just gonna
Get in there.
Just gonna get in there.
They're the best tool you have.
You always say when you bake to trust your body, which is what I love about you. Can you explain this to me a bit more? Is that your baking philosophy, to trust your body?
That's my baking philosophy. That's why you use your hands, right? So you feel it and you smell it and you know, use all your senses to sort of figure out what to do next.
We really are hashtag
I
baking
know.
buddies. Okay, so it looks like my crust is nice and sticky, well incorporated, which is gonna be perfect because now all we're gonna do is transfer it to my little mini muffin tin.
You know why I like your dough so much?
Tell me, Sam, why you like my
can
dough.
Snack on them because there's no raw eggs.
You know what? It's
I'm
always
a cookie dough lover, so.
It's always a bit of a question on whether or not the dough will make it to the oven for me. So now I've added my crust into my little mini muffin tin. All I'm gonna do is use my finger or my knuckle to create a little bed for my filling to sit snugly on top of, like so. And it's really easy and fun too. You just mold it to the sides of the little mini muffin tin. We're using a little mini cookie scoop to control how much dough we add into the pan so that it's nice and even.
I wish I could help you.
I know, I miss you so much. Oh, I forgot to mention, I did grease this pan with coconut oil, and you want to make sure you do that. Super important because you don't want the pies to stick to the pan.
That would be really sad.
That would be so sad. Now that all of my little cute mini crusts are done, I'm gonna add the filling. Just gonna move this bowl aside. As you can see, this filling has just gotten so thick and it's delicious and it's like a toffee. I'm gonna add it straight into my crust. And it's gonna fit nice and snug in there. Like, they're like little mini tarts, I know. They're so cute. You don't wanna overfill the filling because it will bubble up in the oven when it bakes. So make sure you just level it out. But this guy definitely needs a little more. And see how nice it is that this filling is so textured. It's gonna be so delicious when it caramelizes and cooks in the oven. Finally, just for aesthetics, I'm gonna add a pecan on top of each of these, just to finish it off.
Great.
I can't wait for you to try this, Sam. My little cute vegan mini pecan pies are done, so now they're ready for a little journey in the oven, going in at 350 degrees for about 20 minutes. Yay! Now that it's in the oven, I'm gonna clean this up, and Sam, it's time for you to make your tart.
My turn.
So
I'm
excited.
gonna get my ingredients.
Cool.
classic butter crust is the base for many delicious desserts. It takes a bit of practice to master, but it's worth it. I'm going to show you how to make it. To start, combine flour, sugar, and salt in a food processor and pulse to combine. Now, add the cold butter and pulse until the mixture resembles a coarse meal. Then add 3 tablespoons of water and pulse the dough until it starts to come together. You can add a little more water if you need to. Tip the dough onto a piece of plastic wrap and then shape it into a flat disc. Pop this disc into the fridge and let it chill for at least 1 hour or up to 2 days. On a lightly floured surface, roll the dough into a 10-inch circle. Transfer the dough to a 9-inch fluted tart pan and gently press the dough into the edges. For a nifty little trick, run the rolling pin over the top to trim the edges. Pop the tart shell into the freezer for 15 minutes. Before baking the tart, line the frozen dough with parchment paper and fill the inside with pie weights. This step will help our crust keep its gorgeous shape. Bake the shell at 375 for 15 minutes. Remove the weights from the tart shell and bake again until lightly golden, another 10 to 15 minutes. Now your beautiful crust is ready to be filled.
Okay, Sam, you're making this delicious nut tart. I need all of the details. How did you come up with it?
Well, it's based on a classic pecan pie, but I developed this recipe for my dad because he is a lover of nuts. He loves nuts more than anyone in the world, and every time I go to visit him, he wants me to bring something nut related. So that's how this came about.
Cute. What are we doing first?
I think the first thing I'm gonna do is chop my chocolate. So this is a bar of dark chocolate. I am not a chip girl. I know that you are. I find that you can buy better chocolate when it's in bars, and you can control the size, and it melts a little better.
It's nice to have texture too, right?
Totally, and I like having all different varying sizes of chocolate, so every bite's a little different.
Ooh.
So now that's chopped, I'm gonna set that aside, and my filling is super easy. We'll just start with 3 eggs, and look how nice and bright those yolks are.
Can you tell us why you crack your egg on the counter, not the bowl?
It's easier not to get any pieces of shell in your bowl when you crack it
There
on
we go.
the counter.
Little pro tip.
So I'm just whisking this first, and you want to make sure to whisk it really well, because otherwise you'll have these little pieces of egg white in your mixture, which is not pretty.
Not cute.
So we'll mix this really well, and then we'll just add a couple more ingredients. We're gonna add some melted butter.
Mmm, delish.
Yum.
Delish.
A little bit of brown sugar. And just like you, I'm using maple syrup. I'm from New England, so I feel very strongly about maple syrup.
Very on brand.
So traditionally, pecan pie is made with corn syrup, which is totally fine if that's what you want to use. I prefer using maple syrup because it has such a delicious flavor. And why not add more flavor? And then now my filling is done, I'm just gonna add my nuts. Sama, for this tart, I am using 3 different kinds of nuts because that's what my dad would like. I'm using pecans, walnuts, and hazelnuts. You could use any mix of nuts that you want. I'm also keeping them whole. I'm not chopping them because number 1, I'm lazy. And number 2, I really like the big pieces of nut. I think it looks really beautiful and just crunchy and nice. And you know, with hazelnuts, they usually come with these little brown papery skins. So you want to make sure you remove that before you bake it. You can do that by just putting them in the oven, 375, for about 8 to 10 minutes until you'll see the flaky skin sort of starts to come off the nut. And then you throw it in a dish towel and rub all those skins off. You can also buy them like that if you wanted to.
So why would we be removing the skins?
The skins actually are a little bit bitter. So you really don't want, I mean, a little bit is kind of okay, but you don't want a lot of that in your final tart.
Yeah, we don't want anything bitter.
All right, so that all goes.
Woo! And you're not chopping your nuts.
No, I'm not. I just think it looks really cute when they're all big and luscious.
Texture, baby.
Texture. We love it. Okay, so that just gets tossed together.
This is super simple.
It's so easy. I mean, pecan pie is the easiest pie there is. But you know why I do it in this tart shell? I want the nut filling and the crust to sort of be equal players.
You want like an even ratio.
I think crust is really important, so.
Oh, I'm there for the crust.
And, of course, we can't forget to add a little bit of salt. You have to season all your sweets just like you season your savory food. It really brings out all the flavor. In the chocolate goes.
Yum. Could you use a different kind of chocolate
Oh
if you
yeah,
wanted?
absolutely.
Okay.
So this is bittersweet chocolate, which is my fave. But you could certainly use milk if you prefer. Okay, this looks nice and well mixed. There's no little bits of egg that haven't been incorporated. It's perfect. So now I'm gonna go on to my crust.
Now I think I know the answer to this question. I think I know what you're gonna say, but could you potentially use a store-bought pie crust?
No.
Is it time?
It's time. All right, so I'm adding this beautiful filling. Look at that.
I mean, come on.
It already looks pretty delicious. Caramelly, those big chunks of chocolate, nuts.
I love the plot twist chunks of nuts.
Chunks of nuts?
Yes.
It's like the name of a band. You gotta make sure to sort of spread out your nuts a little bit. And be really careful not to let any of the filling go over the sides because that will make it stick to your tart pan, which is a real bummer.
It belongs in a museum for sure. Like, I mean, artiste.
Well, thanks. Well, as you know, I'm also a food stylist. So you want to make sure to spread everything out so that you don't have chunks of nuts on one side. You know, you want it all to bake really evenly. And you want every person to get every kind of nut in every slice. Okay, I think she's ready for the oven. So I'm gonna ask you to do the honors
I would be honored to do the honors.
375 degrees for 20 to 25 minutes. You'll see, it's like puffed all the way through and golden brown.
I'm on it. I'm on it, Sam. Sam, this kitchen smells amazing.
Incredible.
So good. We made it. We took the journey. I'm so excited to try this. Tell me, how would I serve this?
Right, you gotta get it out of that pan first. So I have a little trick to show you.
Yay.
You need a big can.
Okay.
And now you're gonna pick it up and put it on top of the can. And if everything works according to plan, the sides will just fall off.
I'm stressed. Okay. Okay. We can do it. All right. So I'm gonna put it on top of the can.
With the can in the center.
Magic.
A little
Magic.
Magic.
Okay.
Now you can put it in your plate.
Beautiful. Look at that, though.
Looks good.
Looks so good. All right. Going on my little plate. Okay.
Like
Moment of truth, Sam. I mean,
it's kind of like a cookie now that I'm looking at it.
the Met called. It wants your tart.
You're cute.
Delicious. See, look at all of those whole nuts. I feel like it makes it look so pretty. So cool.
It's very nut forward.
Nut forward. Okay.
It's my turn, Sama.
Yay.
Oh, these look so cute. Oh. They come out so cleanly.
Yay.
They're so, this would be such a good little party snack.
They're
Look how cute
mini,
they are.
bite size. So, you know.
You know what, I'm really into this beautiful caramelized moment, as you would say.
It's a caramelized moment.
Okay, I'm gonna pick one that has like all that yummy. I wanna see what it looks inside. Look at that. That looks good, Sama.
Thank you.
Yum.
I hope you like it. Good? I'm so happy.
The coconut sugar is so yum.
Right?
That's delicious, Sama.
Thank you, Sam.
It's like rich and chewy and crunchy and coconutty.
How do you feel about the cookie crust?
I'm into it.
Okay,
I'm
good.
really, I love how thick it is because it's like
It's luscious.
luscious. That's what it is.
Luckily, there's a huge piece of that delicious chocolate right here. This is what I'm going for. I mean, Tim. You shouldn't have, but you did.
For you.
I mean, the chunky nuts are like the perfect complement to the melted chocolate. And the crust?
Butter. Butter is good.
I mean, oh my God. This makes me really happy that we're baking buddies.
You know, we can be eating buddies.
I have a request.
Tell me.
Can we bake together more often?
All the time.
Amazing. Great. Sam, I think we have to document this moment so we can remember to do it more often.
Of course.
And take a picture, or a few. You can never have too many. All right, ready?
Yes.
Okay, we need to get the tarts in there.
Easy.
Yeah, oh, perfect. Yeah, that's good.
Good.
Yay! Sam, thank you so much for coming today.
Thank
you are
you.
my OG baking buddy, and I'm just gonna continue to enjoy this.
Yeah, me too,
for
girl.
myself.
Let's do it.
I love us.
Ditto.
I mean, we're so good. We're so talented.
So talented.
Super modest, super humble, but this is really good.
It's good. It's good. Thanks, Mama.
Thank you.
Hey, Today All Day. Up next on #Cooking, Samadada is sharing her favorite ways to use up any oats that you have lying around. First up, she's baking an oatmeal chocolate chip cookie that's healthy enough to eat for breakfast. Then it's homemade granola with a savory twist.
If you like oatmeal raisin cookies, I will not judge you. But an oatmeal raisin cookie is simply not a cookie I want to be a part of. Personally, speaking for myself, I will opt for chocolate every single time. I know you have a little canister of oats sitting at the back of your pantry that maybe you're neglecting a little bit. But instead of teaching you how to make a traditional bowl of oatmeal, which I already know you know how to make, I'm going to show you how to #upgrade your oats. Today we're going to be making my favorite oatmeal chocolate chip cookies with some added fun, coconut, and then a really easy savory granola. How's that for a plot twist? Let's get started. Oats, they are having a moment. They're everywhere these days, and for good reason. Oats are super versatile, they're really nutritious, and there's so much you can do with an oat to make it a star. But there are a lot of different varieties, so I thought I'd walk you through a few of my favorites. Welcome to my kitchen classroom. On today's agenda, Oats 101. These little guys are oat groats. I know, it's not the cutest name, but these are oats in their least processed form. They have a lot of fiber. And these are what they look like before they've been rolled out. They do take a bit longer to cook though, about 30 to 40 minutes, but they have a really nice nutty and chewy texture, which I find is really nice for a salad, similar to a barley or a farro. Next up, we've got my steel-cut oats. These are simply oat groats that have been cut into this pinhead shape. Now, steel-cut oats take about 20 to 30 minutes to cook. They've got a nice chewy texture, making it perfect for a slow weekend morning when you want to enjoy a bowl of oatmeal. Next up, we have got my Oat MVP, rolled oats or old-fashioned oats. These oats have been steamed and then rolled out into that iconic oat shape. These take only 10 to 20 minutes to cook, not too long, not too short, but they also have this really nice, springy, light texture without being too chewy. I find that old-fashioned oats are perfect for just about anything. An oatmeal chocolate chip cookie, some granola. I use them so much in my kitchen. And finally, we have our instant oatmeal. These are the most processed form of oats from our little lineup here, and what you commonly find in a little brown packet destined for your microwave. These are very mushy in texture, so I don't really cook with them or bake with them, but if you only have about 1 to 3 minutes in the morning to cook them, these are the oats for you. I won't judge you if you use them. When you're always stocked with oats, guess what you'll never run out of? Oat milk. Because that's right, you can make it yourself, and I'm going to show you how to do it. All you need to make your own oat milk at home is some old-fashioned oats, some cold water, and a good quality nut milk bag. When you're making your own oat milk, make sure to use old-fashioned oats. Steel cut is going to be a little bit too coarse, and instant is going to be too mushy, so we don't want to do that. Now, I'm just going to grab a measuring cup for my old-fashioned oats and measure some out. Old-fashioned oats secured. My blender is my BFF, and this oat milk comes together just in your blender. I'm going to add my old-fashioned oats to my blender. We've got some cold water. Make sure it's cold. We don't want any warm water here because the oats will get slimy. Nobody likes a slimy oat milk. Adding this in my blender. And finally, this is optional, but not if you're me, because I like a little touch of sweetness, a little bit of maple syrup. You can totally use a couple medjool dates too if you prefer. Just a touch. You can even add a little dash of cinnamon too if you're feeling like you want to live on the edge today with your oat milk. Now, all I'm going to do is blend it. Only 30 to 40 seconds. We don't want to over blend it because the oats will get kind of mushy. Okay, here we go. Oat milk is in our future. We're looking nice and creamy. Now, before I remove this from the blender, just want to show you, you can totally use a cheesecloth to strain, but I'm using a nut milk bag because it's a lot easier. I'm gonna prepare this in my pitcher. Now I'm just gonna pour in my oat milk. We're making oat milk. You just want to squeeze it a little bit so you get all of that oat milk out. This is precious. We worked hard for this. Okay, we didn't really work that hard for this, but we still want to get everything out. Look at how creamy that looks too. Like that's some thick oat milk. I love it. And look at how this nut milk bag is catching all of those little pieces of oats. We don't want that in our oat milk. We want that to stay secure in the bag. That's why it's nice to get a good quality nut milk bag, because then it makes it super easy to make your oat milk at home. All right, we're gonna set this aside. See you later. And now we have homemade, creamy, delicious oat milk. This stores well in the fridge for about 5 days. Make sure you stir it before you drink it because separation is totally normal. I like to use this oat milk in any recipe where I call for a non-dairy milk, whether that be in my chocolate chip cookie pie or even my date crumble bars. It's so delicious, it's so creamy, it's even amazing in your coffee. And you know what pairs really well with oat milk? Cookies. Luckily, I've got myself covered because we're gonna make my chocolate chip oatmeal cookies with a little bit of coconut. I'm gonna let this chill while I go grab the ingredients. I have been there and done that with traditional stovetop oatmeal and overnight oats. Plus, I would choose a cookie over those two any day. So, to solve my persistent desire for cookies at all hours of the day, I'm gonna show you how to make my favorite oatmeal chocolate chip cookie that's wholesome enough to eat for breakfast. So let's get to it. I've preheated my oven to 350 degrees, and because I love being prepared, I have also lined my pan with some parchment paper. Now we're gonna get to work on the wet ingredients. I'm gonna crack my egg in my bowl. Whisk that really nicely. We want no separation between the yolks and the whites. Okay. This looks great. Now I'm gonna add a little bit of almond butter. Mixing the egg and the almond butter together really well. All right, this looks smooth and creamy. Now I'm going in with my melted and cooled coconut oil. Straight in there. We are actually going to be adding some shredded coconut into these cookies, so I find that the coconut oil really complements that super well. It's also a nice butter replacement in these cookies too. Mixing everything together. Everyone needs to become friendly. Perfect. Now I'm gonna add some vanilla extract. Can't have my cookies without it. And finally, for my sweeteners, maple going in. Maple adds that really warm and almost breakfasty taste to these cookies. And then we're adding some coconut sugar. Coconut sugar and maple syrup are my favorite sweeteners to use together. I find that they complement each other really well. They create this really golden taste in these cookies. Because coconut sugar is really fragrant, it's gonna go really nicely with that coconut oil and that shredded coconut that we're gonna be adding into the cookies later. My wet mixture looks perfect, honestly. I have to give credit to myself. Now, I'm gonna move on to my dry ingredients. For these cookies, I'm using a combination of almond flour and oat flour. If you don't know what oat flour is, get ready to have your mind blown. All it is just oats ground up into a blender until you get that fine powder, like a flour. Then we get oat flour. How fun and convenient is that? Easy to make at home. You can also buy it from the store. Oat flour going in. We're having an oat moment with these cookies. We love oats. Gonna also add some almond flour. Almond flour is really dense, oat flour is really light, so I find that they create a really nice combination and a really nice texture in these cookies. Okay, we're gonna whisk that up. Whisking our almond flour and our oat flour together really nicely. And now, because I'm fun, I'm gonna add some shredded coconut. Make sure you buy unsweetened shredded coconut because we've got the sugar already, we don't need to add more into our coconut. Now, for our star, these would not be oatmeal chocolate chip cookies without some oats. So, I'm using old-fashioned or rolled oats here. Oats going in. Time for a little baking powder. And a little pinch of salt. The salt is gonna balance out the sweetness, really bring it out. It's gonna heighten all of those flavors. Whisking everything together nicely. We want a fully incorporated dry ingredient mixture here. Dry mixture taking a journey. Beautiful. I'm gonna fold my dry and wet ingredients together until everyone is fully incorporated. So we want to make sure we're not seeing any remnants of that flour mixture, right? We want it to be fully incorporated. You'll see how that color changes. Everyone looks really nicely incorporated, really well mixed. Thorough. We want to do a thorough job here. I mean, listen, this is like a bowl of oatmeal, right? This counts. A cookie, an oatmeal cookie, same thing. I think it's the same thing. Okay, this is controversial. I'm gonna put my spatula down for this. If you like oatmeal raisin cookies, I will not judge you. But an oatmeal raisin cookie is simply not a cookie I want to be a part of, personally, speaking for myself. I will opt for chocolate every single time. So, I'm gonna fold in some chocolate chips. I measure chocolate chips with my soul, as you can see. I will be saving these to top the cookies with before they go into the oven. I want a few more. I changed my mind. Just a few. Breakfast, anyone? Okay, we're gonna fold the chocolate in really nicely. And this is a beautiful cookie dough situation I've got here. Okay. Time to make our cookies. Perfect. I'm using a cookie scoop here just to get some nice even cookies. Want them all to be about the same size, and then they're gonna cook evenly too. That is a huge chunk of chocolate chips I just got. I'm not mad about it at all. Okay. And I'm just gonna use my fingers just to flatten them down slightly. Not too much, just a little. This one has so many chocolate chips. That's the one I'm going for. I already know this. I've already made up my mind. I like making these cookies at the start of the week because I'm eating them for breakfast. It's kind of nice to have on hand. And even if you have a different breakfast, okay? Even if you're having your eggs or whatever else you eat for breakfast, you can totally have one of these after with a little cup of coffee. How does that sound? Pretty good? I know, because I do it all the time. You know what these remind me of also? Just like a really glam granola bar. Like a granola bar, but like make it a cookie. I've got some extra dough here. I will be baking these off later, but I do want to add a couple extra chocolate chips on top for fun. I went pretty heavy on the chocolate chips and the dough already, and I honestly love that for me. I'm gonna bake these in the oven 10 to 15 minutes until it's nice and golden brown around those edges. I'm so excited to have some oatmeal breakfast cookies after this. Cookies for breakfast, anyone? I mean, look at how textured they are, right? They've got the oats, they've got the chocolate chips, they've got coconut. There's a lot going on here. Perfect for breakfast, but also for any time of the day. I'm not gonna, say that I can't have this after dinner, because I can. I'm so excited to eat them. And you know what I'm gonna eat them with? Some homemade oat milk, because I'm having an oat moment today, and I'm just gonna have all of the oats. I mean, look at that. So fluffy. You know what this needs? You know what this needs? It needs to be dunked in some oat milk. It just has to happen. Okay. I gotta get my camera out first because this is a perfect photo op. All right, it's taking the plunge. Oh my God, okay. All right, here we go. I'm so good, I'm just losing cookies everywhere. Okay, I need a sip of oat milk. You might, and no disrespect to your bowl of oatmeal, but you might want to abandon it after you try these cookies. I'm just saying, I'm being honest. I'm going in for more. Someone hold me back. No, really, someone hold me back. Oh, you thought I was done helping you upgrade your oats? Well, you are mistaken, because up next I have my plot twist savory granola. I'm super excited to make it. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients. When you think of granola, you're probably thinking of those sweet clusters of nuts and oats to top your yogurt. But have you ever thought about a savory version? I know it's a plot twist, but savory granola is one of my favorite snacks. I was inspired to make it by traditional Indian snack mixes, and I cannot wait for you to try it. We want the savory granola to have lots of flavor, so to start, we're gonna make a little olive oil spice mixture. In my bowl, I'm gonna add some extra virgin olive oil. Olive oil is gonna help us get that nice, crisp, golden color and texture that we really want. Now, for some more flavor, I'm gonna add some coconut aminos. Coconut aminos going straight in there. Coconut aminos are made from the sap of coconut palms, and it's actually very similar in taste to a soy sauce, but it's gluten-free. So if that's important to you, there you go. We always have to have spice. I always have to have spice. I can't live my life without it. So we're gonna add a couple of my favorites. Cayenne. Cayenne is gonna add some heat, some spice. It's gonna really kick this flavor up a notch. Now I'm gonna add some garam masala. Garam masala is a very common Indian spice blend. It contains pepper, cumin, cloves. It's super warming, super fragrant. I love using it in my savory granola. I'm gonna add a little pinch of salt. Nothing is complete without a little pinch of salt. And now because we have a lot of spice, a lot of flavor, a lot of savory elements going on here, I want to add a little bit of honey just to balance out that saltiness. I love honey. Just a touch, not too much. That honey is going to give that really nice sweet and salty balance that I love so much. Now let's whisk everything together. Make sure it's really well incorporated. We want all of the spice, all of the flavor to be evenly whisked together. It's pretty potent. All right, this is nice and well mixed. Now I'm gonna move on to my dry ingredients. I like using a variety of nuts and seeds here because it's really fun to play with different texture and flavor. Every single nut and seed has a different flavor profile, so it's fun to add them all together and just have a little crunch, a little texture, something different in every bite. So I'm gonna start with my sliced almonds. I use almonds so much in my kitchen, from almond butter to raw almonds. They're super versatile and I just love the taste. I'm gonna add some raw cashews, super buttery and delicious. Now we're gonna go for some pecans. Pecan? I say pecan. In there. I'm gonna add some pumpkin seeds. You can add sunflower seeds here too if pumpkin's not your jam. Pumpkin seeds add that nice green color too. It's kind of pretty. Okay, now we're gonna add some sesame seeds. These are gonna be so delicious when they're nice and toasty in the oven. I love it. Now, this wouldn't be granola without oats. You cannot have granola without our oats. Adding the oats straight into my mixture. Now we mix them all together. Make sure that you're using raw, unsalted nuts here. We are gonna be roasting them in the oven with some olive oil and spices, so you don't need to buy roasted and salted nuts. Look at how fun and textured this is, so many different colors. And it's about to get a lot of flavor. Time to add my olive oil mixture straight on top of my nuts, seeds, and oats. Leave no spice left behind. Come on, you can do it. Okay. Now we're gonna mix everything together. We want a very well-spiced, savory granola. So every piece has to be coated by some olive oil and spice. It already starts to smell so good, so flavorful. This is such a fun and easy portable snack too. We are looking nice and well mixed. Now it's time for the pan. Make sure you get all of those little resistant oats. They'll have a better life as savory granola. Okay, make sure that you're spreading your granola out really well, really evenly. We want everyone to have personal space, some room to breathe. This way we can ensure a nice and even crisp bake. We are ready for the oven. I'm gonna bake this 45 to 50 minutes at 325 degrees in the oven. Make sure you toss it every 10 minutes or so to ensure that it gets nice and golden brown. Look at my gorgeous golden savory granola. I've let this cool completely. Make sure you let it cool for at least 15 minutes. First of all, it's a little bit too hot to handle as it comes out of the oven. And when you cool granola, it crisps up as it cools. I'm gonna store this in my cute little container, which I promise I can get the lid off because I'm strong. There we go. I love to store these in little mason jars or little jars like this, just so it's nice to have a snack on hand. So the next time you are craving a potato chip or a cracker, this is just a more unique and fun savory snack to snack on. You've got a lot of different flavors. You can customize it with your favorite nuts and seeds as well. So whatever you have in the pantry, you've got some sunflower seeds, you've got some walnuts, feel free to sub that in. Look at that nice golden color. So good. I've got most of my savory granola into my little jar. And you know what I also like to do with this? I like to put it on a salad. Think of this as the fun cousin to your croutons. Yeah, they're your crouton cousins. Crunchy, savory, really pretty. You've got those nuts and seeds, and you've also got a lot of flavor there. Look how nice that looks. This is a super simple salad. I just did a little bit of olive oil, lemon juice, salt, and pepper. This granola, though, it adds a secret touch. Mmm! It's so good. It's so salty, but it's got heat and flavor. Wait, I need more. Like, you've got so many things going on, right? Different nuts and seeds. Gives it a lot more texture, makes it more interesting to eat. You've got something new in every bite. I mean, have you ever seen a salad topped with granola before? I think I have to document it. I mean, look at that, it looks so pretty. Croutons? I don't know you. I mean, come on. I'm obsessed, I'm obsessed. Sweet granola, I'm coming for you. I hope this has inspired you to upgrade your oats. If you're neglecting them in your pantry, let them live. Let them live as savory granola, as some delicious oatmeal cookies. Oats are really an MVP.
Hey, Today All Day, up next on Hashtag Cooking, Samadada is saying bye-bye to boring avocado toast with 2 of her favorite avocado-packed recipes. Then she'll banish sad desk lunches forever with a savory turmeric oatmeal and crispy cauliflower popper.
Hey guys, it's Sama. I am so excited to share 2 of my favorite recipes with you today. They both use an avocado, and they're both from my new cookbook. So let's get Hashtag Cooking. First up, we're gonna make my avocado cream pasta, and then next, for dessert, because we always have to have it, my avocado brownies. And yes, I did say brownies. This avocado cream pasta is literally one of my most popular recipes on my blog, and I honestly think it's because you just need a blender to make this super luxurious sauce. I'm just gonna slice these tomatoes in half. You can totally leave them whole to roast them if you'd like, but I'm just gonna slice them so that we can get that nice caramelization around the edges. Now I'm just gonna arrange them onto my baking sheet. I've lined this with parchment paper. These rogue ones wanna be left behind, but they won't be. Now I'm just gonna drizzle with a little bit of olive oil and season with some salt and pepper and red pepper flakes. Olive oil, some red pepper flakes, little salt, and then some pepper. We don't want to roast these tomatoes for too long, only about 10 to 15 minutes. If you do roast them for too long, it will dry out those juices, and we definitely don't want that. We want a juicy tomato. Okay, looking pretty good. Now that my tomatoes are done, I'm just gonna leave them here to hang out while I prepare my pasta. All right, very important. Please promise me you won't forget to salt your pasta water, okay? Just promise me. I'm gonna salt it, and now I'm gonna add my pasta straight in there. And while this pasta is cooking, I bet that I can make the sauce in the time it takes for it to be done. All you need is a blender to make this super creamy sauce. So if you've ever made a smoothie and you have a blender at home, you can make this pasta sauce. So the base of it is our avocados. I'm using an avocado and a half for this recipe. So I'm gonna go ahead and start with that. Just slicing my avocados, making sure I also don't slice my finger in there. All right, we're gonna scoop some of this avocado out. Look at how ripe and pretty that is. Go straight in there. Gonna pit this. This avocado is what's gonna add that super creamy element to this pasta. Now I'm gonna move on to my lemon, adding the juice of 1 full lemon in here. Make sure I catch all the seeds. This lemon is gonna really make it tart and acidic and bring out that zing, make it very bright and fresh. I'm gonna add some fresh basil. And raw garlic. Yes, I'm using raw. It's gonna be really punchy and really bright. And I love garlic. There we go. A little bit of olive oil. Just a bit. And now I'm gonna season it to taste with some salt, pepper, and red pepper flakes. Salt in there. Add as much chili flakes as you'd like. I love spice, so I'm going in with a lot, but you make your own choices, okay? Now, just to help everything get moving in the blender, we're gonna add a little bit of cold water. Make sure it's cold because we don't want to brown the avocado. Just a bit, and I can add more and adjust to get it to the right consistency that I like. Now, it's time to blend. Perfect. It is so luxe, you will not even believe it. Look at that. So creamy. Did you see that? I made that pasta sauce and my pasta is done. Super quick. We love a blender recipe. Now I'm just gonna spoon my pasta out. Before I add this creamy sauce to my pasta, I'm gonna grab one more thing. Just grab some arugula from the fridge. I love adding this to this pasta because it gives this really nice peppery bite to it. All right, time to assemble. Got my sauce, gonna add this into my pasta. You might think you put cream in this, but you didn't, I promise. I'm just gonna really stir that in. I'm gonna add my tomatoes. Just a little burst of something sweet in with this avocado cream sauce. Now I'm just gonna mix in my arugula. What's great about this pasta as well is that you can eat it immediately, but you can also refrigerate it to have as a pasta salad the next day. We love a leftover, we love a meal prep situation. This is both of these. All right, time for me to plate this for myself. Is that too much? There's never too much. What is a portion? I have my tomatoes that I reserved just for this moment. Place them on top, make it look really nice, a little pop of color. And now, some freshly ground black pepper and a pinch of flaky sea salt. That is it. But one last thing, can't forget to take a photo. I didn't do all of this for nothing. I love this. I'm gonna frame this. I'm gonna put this on my wall. I think it's fair to say that it's time for me to eat. Okay, here I go. Gotta get some arugula, some pasta in there. Okay. I love myself. It's so creamy, you honestly would never know that there's no cream or butter in this. It's crazy. We are so used to thinking of using avocado in savory recipes, but plot twist, they're amazing in sweet recipes too, especially when chocolate is involved. And that is where my avocado brownies come in. I've already preheated my oven to 350 degrees, and now I'm gonna prepare my pan. I love parchment paper. I live for parchment paper. I've already greased my pan here with some coconut oil, and now I've created a little strip of paper that I can just lay in to my pan. Stick it down because the coconut oil really helps it stick. And then I've created these nice little flaps which are gonna make it super easy to remove the brownies from the pan when they're done baking. I've got great news for you and for these brownies. Everything comes together in a blender. Like, you could make a smoothie, but don't. Make these brownies instead. All right. We're starting with my avocado, star of my show. Gonna slice this in half. Great way to use avocados when you're sick of the guacamole, when you're sick of all the savory things that you've been making with it. What's really nice about using an avocado in this brownie recipe is that it's super creamy and rich, so it actually serves as a really nice butter replacement, and you cannot even taste it. I promise. All right, avocado is in. Time for the rest of my ingredients. I'm using 2 eggs here. And 2. Park that straight in there. And now I'm gonna add some creamy peanut butter. You can definitely use an almond butter if you'd like, but I love peanut butter. So we're starting with all of our wet ingredients first. Gonna sweeten this up with some maple syrup and some coconut sugar as well. And then a little bit of vanilla extract. So now I'm just gonna blend everything together here and then get to work on my dry ingredients later. I'm using an almond flour for this recipe because I think it's really nice and dense and cakey, which is gonna be really delicious with these brownies. Add my almond flour in there. Now, we're gonna use a cocoa powder. Make sure you get an unsweetened cocoa or a cacao powder. We want it to be really pure here with nothing added because we've already sweetened it with some coconut sugar and maple. Ooh. Now some baking soda. Isn't it so convenient? Like, just a blender and brownies are the result? Sign me up. A little bit of salt. This is gonna be really nice to bring out that sweetness and also balance out that chocolate. And now, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna blend. You may need to scrape down the sides of the blender to get it there, but just be patient with yourself and your blender. All right, we're looking really good. Now, I like a little bit of a sweeter brownie, so I'm gonna fold in some chocolate chips. You don't have to do this if you don't want, but if you like joy and happiness, I would highly recommend it. I'm gonna reserve a few chips on top before baking so we can just get that nice aesthetic before it goes into the oven. You know how I operate. I'm gonna fold this in. How easy was this? Can we take a moment to address how easy this is? And now all I'm gonna do is transfer it into my pan, which I've prepared already. Look at that. You would never know there was an avocado in here. We put a whole fruit in these brownies, and you can't even taste it, I promise. I smooth the batter out in the pan. Make sure it's evenly distributed. That looks pretty good. And now, for my chocolate chips, gonna add them on top. Less is not more here. That's my philosophy when it comes to chocolate. Less is just not more. In fact, more is more. All right, so now we're ready for the oven. And they are done. You can tell that the brownies are done when they start to pull away from the sides of the pan a little bit and a knife inserted in the center comes out clean. I'm so excited about this. And again, I love parchment paper. This is so easy. I'm just gonna lift them straight out of the pan like this. Pretty good form, huh? I'm gonna slice these, big piece for myself. I'm gonna top it with some ice cream and peanut butter because I love myself and I deserve this. It's such a clean cut too. Who needs a gym, right? I need a bigger scoop. All right. And now I'm just gonna top it with a little peanut butter drizzle. I just melted this in the microwave for a little bit so it gets nice and melty and easier to drizzle. I think this looks perfect. Pretty good. Now, last step, just gonna top it with a little bit of flaky sea salt, partially for taste, partially for aesthetics. I just have to take a picture of this. I need to document it. It looks too good not to. Okay. That little drip right there? Is that a joke? Okay. Now I need to try this. Okay. Yep. I'm gonna just leave. It's so crazy. There's no butter or oil in these brownies, but they taste so decadent and rich. Who gave me permission to do this? Avocado really came through today. Lunch is sort of that lost meal in between breakfast and dinner where you don't really know what quite to do with yourself. So in order to make your lunch exciting, I'm gonna hashtag #EndSadDeskLunches and show you 2 of my favorites. First up, I'm gonna show you how to make some delicious spiced breaded cauliflower poppers and my favorite savory oatmeal with caramelized onions. To be honest, cauliflower is truly in everything these days. We see it in pizza, we see it in pasta, it's probably in ice cream, I don't want to know about it. But the best way to use cauliflower is in these cauliflower poppers because you know what? They can literally do it all. They're a great snack, a great appetizer, and a yummy lunch, especially when paired with a delicious salad. The key to the cauliflower poppers, it's in the almond meal. Make sure you're buying the one with the skin still on the almonds. I find this adheres a lot better to the cauliflower, making it really nice and crispy. I want this breading to be super flavorful on its own. I don't want it to just act as a sidekick, so I'm gonna add some spices. I'm gonna add my almond meal straight into my bowl. And then I'm adding my favorite spices, some cayenne, some cumin, and some turmeric. Finally, we're gonna add a little pinch of salt. Now, time to just whisk everything together. The turmeric's gonna give it a really nice color as well. It's gonna be really nice and yellow and pretty. It's gonna make this cauliflower glamorous. Make sure it's really well incorporated. All right, this looks really nice. Now I'm gonna whisk up some eggs. I'm using 2 eggs here. We need something for the breading to stick to, so that's why we're gonna make this little egg bath situation. Perfect. Whisk that up. Okay, this looks pretty good. And this is my favorite part, we get to assemble. So I have half a head of cauliflower cut up into florets, and now I get to just assemble. Using my tongs, my favorite kitchen tool. Gonna stick this straight into the eggs. Roll that around nicely. You want it to be fully coated. Let any of that excess egg just drip off. We want a nice even coating, so that's why we're doing this. And then it's gonna go straight into our almond meal mixture. Let the breading really coat the cauliflower well. We want it all over the cauliflower, into all of the little nooks and crannies. And now, just gonna transfer straight to our parchment lined pan. See how easy that was? That's crazy, that was so easy. We can all do this. And now I'm just gonna repeat with all of the other cauliflower florets. Make sure you're shaking that excess almond meal off as well. We want a nice, even coating. Pop that straight on the sheet. These are sort of like cauliflower wings. So if you're plant-based, if you're vegetarian, and even if you're not, it's kind of a fun and new way to get a veggie in your life. You can also totally use your hands for this. I'm being very neat and clean today. I don't want to crowd anyone on my pan here, so this is going to be my first batch. I am so excited for these to get into the oven. I'm going to bake them at 350 for about 30 minutes until they're nice and golden and crispy. Well, they're ready. Just FYI, I did flip them once halfway through baking so we can get that nice and even crispness on both sides. I really like to pair this with a variety of sauces. I like to have a sauce flight, a lot of choices here. You can really use whatever you'd like, whatever sauce suits your mood. It's also really great if you want to eat it solo. I mean, this is what I do at home, so I actually eat them straight off the pan. It's a fact. It just is this really gorgeous almond crusted exterior. Oh, it's so good. There is really nothing this cauliflower cannot do. I'll stand by that forever. Oh, I have to take a picture. I mean, come on. They're begging to be dipped and snacked on. I'm going in. So good. Mmm. That masala on the breading, it's spicy, it's flavorful, and I'm like eating a vegetable. Like, what? You never know. When you think of oatmeal, you're probably thinking, wow, that's such a breakfast move. But I have to disagree because oats are actually the perfect base for anything savory and grounding and delicious. I'm gonna show you how to make my really hearty, savory turmeric oatmeal with caramelized onions, avocado, an egg, and peppery arugula. It is so good. So let's get started. The first thing I wanna do is caramelize my onions because that's gonna take the most amount of time. So I'm just gonna dice them up right now. If I cry, it's not because of the onions. It's because I'm really excited to make this, just so we're clear. I'm just gonna heat some olive oil in my pan and start on this caramelization. Adding some olive oil. Now that the oil is shimmering, I'm gonna go ahead and add my onions. Hot. Caramelizing the onions is going to create this really nice full-bodied flavor. It's also going to add a little sweetness. So oats themselves don't really have a lot of flavor. So by adding all of these different elements, we're really going to create our own flavor profile here. We're going to let these caramelize for about 15 to 20 minutes so it gets a really nice deep golden color, and then we're going to get to work on our oatmeal. What's really great about caramelized onions is that you can make them in a huge batch, freeze them, so you'll always have some on hand. I'm gonna let these hang out, get really delicious and caramelized, and I'm gonna go grab some of my greens. Okay, it's been about 20 minutes. Can you even believe these onions? They look so good. They smell even better, if you can believe it. And now I'm just gonna upgrade them a bit with some of my favorite spices. I'm gonna add my cumin straight in here. And then my turmeric. And I really just want to toast the spices in with the caramelized onions so they become nice and fragrant and any of that raw spice smell goes away. And finally, can't forget them, my salt and pepper. I'm gonna just roast these for a few minutes until they smell really fragrant and aromatic. And then we're gonna move on to my oats. Now it's time to cook my oats. I'm actually going to be using vegetable broth to cook them in. You can totally use water if you'd like, but I find that veggie broth makes it a lot more flavorful. I'm using rolled oats here, just by the way. Give it a little stir, bring it to a boil, and let the oats absorb all of that liquid. We're boiling. Make sure you stir the oats while you cook them. It's a really aggressive boil. The liquid is reducing, the oats are thickening up. I'm gonna reduce the heat. Now, because you have so many savory and grounding flavors here, I want something a bit fresh, a little peppery bite, and that is where my arugula comes in. I'm just gonna stir in a handful here. You can choose however much you wanna add. I like a lot of arugula, so I'm gonna kinda go for it. You just want it to wilt, and then we're gonna take it off the heat. Now it is time for my caramelized onions. You thought I forgot about them. How could I ever forget about them? Gonna add them straight into my oatmeal. Give that a nice stir so everyone becomes friends. Now I'm just gonna remove it from the heat and add all of my toppings. Okay, now I'm just gonna transfer my oatmeal to my bowl. Can't leave any oats behind, that'd be so rude. I mean, this color though. Gotta give some props to my turmeric, really making that magic happen. I'm adding a few things here. I like having a lot of textural elements here, so I'm gonna add some creamy avocado. It's gonna contrast those oats really nicely. I'm gonna add an egg, soft-boiled egg, and maybe some more greens. We'll see how I'm feeling. Just gonna slice my avocado. First, I wanna just take a moment. Okay. These are kind of fat slices. I will say I didn't intend to make them this, like, chunky, but you know what? I'm just lunching at home. This is real life. The avocado doesn't have to be perfect. Now I'm gonna add my egg. Using a soft-boiled egg here. I mean, do I need to say anything? I'm just not. I'm gonna let that speak for itself. Little salt. All right. Little pep. And finally, to finish it all off, some herbs. I'm using some cilantro here, but if cilantro freaks you out, you don't like it, I know it scares a lot of people, and that's okay. Like, that's totally fine. Use parsley, omit it, whatever you want to do. I'm not going to judge you. This looks like a pretty fab lunch. She's stunning. You know who's going to be jealous? Basically all of my friends. So I'm going to have to send a picture to them, show them how cute my lunch is. Maybe it'll inspire them to make their own cute lunch. Okay, I think I'm ready. I'm ready to taste it. I want to make sure I get a little bit of everything, some of those oats, the onions, the avocado, the egg. I want to congratulate us all because we can now say goodbye to sad desk lunches forever.
Yo, today all day, up next on Hashtag Cooking, Sama Dada has the cure to your midday munchies. She's going to whip up 4 easy snacks so you'll always be prepared when hunger strikes. First up, Sama making one of Hoda's favorite sweet treats, dates stuffed with almond butter that can be served hot or cold. Then she bakes up a simple super maple almond granola. And finally, she's making popcorn that's spiced with garam masala. Say bye-bye to butter with a spicy snack.
I'll just say this, okay? If you have a first date with one of these dates, you will be having more. I can't with myself. I cannot go a single day without snacking. Whether I'm at home or on the go, it is simply hashtag always snack time. Honestly, a world without snacking is simply not one I want to live in. So I cannot wait to show you 3 of my favorite weekly snack staples, my delicious stuffed dates, warm and frozen, my nutty maple granola, and my delicious masala popcorn. I love dates, and no, I'm not talking about the romantic kind, I'm talking about the medjool kind. They are my favorite sweet snack to eat throughout the day, and I'm going to show you how to make them 2 ways, warmed and stuffed and frozen and dipped in chocolate. Most dates come with pits, so I've actually already pitted these. I've got about 10 here, so I'm just going to now take them on a little journey to the microwave for about 10 to 15 seconds just to get them really nice and warm and juicy. Who needs a first date or a second date when you have 10 dates ready to be stuffed with almond butter? Warming the dates brings out their already naturally golden and caramel flavor, and then when you stuff them with almond butter, the heat actually allows the almond butter to melt so it gets really nice and gooey and delicious. I really already want to eat one right now. Okay, we're gonna start stuffing them. So I've got a creamy almond butter here. You can also use a crunchy almond butter. You can use a peanut butter, a cashew butter. If there are any nut butters that you're harboring in your pantry, this will be a great time to use them. I'm pretty generous here. I would say I use about a teaspoon to 2 teaspoons just because I like a lot of almond butter, but you can totally choose however amount works best for your life. Because we pitted the dates, it actually serves as a really nice pocket for the almond butter to just sit in, a little home, you know? It's like this date was meant for almond butter. You know what I mean? Right? Good form, I think. And I'm just gonna continue with the rest of my dates. So actually, Hoda saw this recipe on my Instagram and has now deemed it to be her favorite snack.
You take a date, and remember I told you the whole thing?
Yes.
You nuke it, you put in some dark chocolate and some almond butter.
yeah.
You know what I like? I like the melted chocolate in the peanut buttery nut butter thing with the salt.
So Hoda, if you're watching this, this is for you. You can kind of see how when I put the almond butter inside this little pocket, it starts to melt a little bit and looks so gooey. Oh. It's like a little river of almond butter that I want to swim in. It's a lucky date. I crack only myself up. So for this recipe and a lot of the other recipes I make using dates, you want to make sure you're buying the medjool kind. I'll just say this, okay? You have a first date with one of these dates. You will be having more. I can't with myself. Someone's got to hold me back from making another date joke because it will happen again. Okay, wait, this guy needs a little more almond butter. I'm so sorry I neglected you for a second. Okay. Okay, I am drowning in almond butter. All of my dates have been stuffed with the almond butter. They look really nice. They look ready to go out on a date. I need to stop. I'm done, I promise. Now that I'm done stuffing all of the dates, I'm just gonna top it with a little bit of sea salt, just to bring out that sweetness and balance everything out really nicely. I sometimes also like to use a salted almond butter too, and that's gonna really create that naturally salty sweet combination, which we love. All right, and there you have it. My favorite warm stuffed dates, my coffee companion, my favorite date. In my opinion, you can never have enough dates, so I'm going to show you how to make another recipe using dates. They're frozen, stuffed with almond butter, and then dipped in chocolate. So we've got our dates already pitted, and now we're going to just go ahead and stuff them straight with almond butter. This should feel pretty familiar. Again, we're going to have the almond butter find a nice little home in this pocket that we've created by pitting the dates. And remember, we are going to be submerging these in chocolate, so we want to make sure that we don't overfill it with almond butter so that it gets a bit messy, even though we love a bit of messy chocolate. So sometimes when I look at my freezer and I'm like, where did all of the ice cream go? I make these instead. They're also super quick to pull together and use mostly what you have in the pantry. And if you're not keeping dates in your pantry now, take this as your sign to start. If you have a nut allergy, you can even use a tahini or a sunflower seed butter as well. And then when you're done freezing them, they seriously taste like a candy bar. I know you think I'm crazy, but they do, I promise. I eat them for dessert. I eat them as a snack during the day. There's so many things you can do with them. They really are the perfect date. Dates are the perfect date. They are. I'm sorry. And now for my chocolate. All I'm gonna do is melt it in the microwave with a little bit of coconut oil. This is gonna help it get nice and smooth and glossy. We're gonna do this in 10 to 15 second increments, and we're gonna keep stirring throughout so it gets really nice and smooth. Put that straight in there. Got my spoon at the ready for stirring, and now I'm gonna head to the microwave. Go back in the microwave. Now it is time to take our dates for a little swim in chocolate. I think they're excited about this, I'm not sure. Here's what we're gonna do. Grab a date, just drop it straight into the chocolate, Don't worry, it likes this. Roll it around so that the entire date is coated. Make sure you get that residual chocolate to kind of drip off the sides of the spoon like this. And now we're just going to place it back onto our parchment paper. And now we're going to chocolate swim and repeat. This is like a very luxurious bath, I have to say, for the dates. Because we've stuffed these dates with almond butter, we want to make sure we're rolling it in the chocolate a little bit gently, just so that the almond butter doesn't come out. It's okay if you get a little messy here. It's part of the game. It's part of the date. No, that wasn't good. Serve this to your next date. That was better. That was good. That was good. Will I ever stop making date jokes after this? No. Don't expect me to stop. No, it's not gonna happen. It's part of my brand now. One final date. Now, just for good measure, I'm gonna add a little drizzle of chocolate on top. It's gonna make it look really pretty. I don't believe in less is more when it comes to chocolate. I think we always need more chocolate. If you don't like chocolate, I wanna understand you. Please drop me a line. But also, if you don't like chocolate, that's fine. Like, it's totally okay. But I still wanna understand you. Okay. Now I'm just gonna top them with a little flaky sea salt. This is really gonna bring out that sweetness, balance out the chocolate. It is the perfect combination. I'm using a flaky sea salt as well, so it looks really pretty and a little fancy. Okay, we're salted. And now we're ready for the freezer. Can we take a moment? Look at how cute they look. These dates are ready for their date. Gotta stop making date jokes. Okay. These are honestly so good because of the chocolate, because of the almond butter, and that little flaky sea salt. They seriously taste like a candy bar. America's favorite candy bar. You know what I'm talking about. Plating my hot dates with my frozen dates. We're going on a lot of dates today. They honestly look so good. I love them. You know what? I need to take a picture of these to send to Hoda. I know this is her favorite snack. She's gonna love the chocolate ones too. These dates are fully ready for their close-up. It's almost unfair. All right, got the shot. I think it's time for me to taste. I mean, look at that. Mmm. It is so good. The dates are so sweet. The almond butter works so well. That salt, it's making everything come to life. I knew there's a reason why I eat these every day. Now that my dates are done, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Let's keep this between us. Granola is super easy to make at home. I'm gonna get the ingredients so I can show you how. Granola is one of my favorite things to make at home. It's super versatile, so you can eat it solo, just munch on it as you're going about your day, or serve it with your favorite yogurt or milk. I'm gonna show you how to make my favorite Nutty maple granola. For any granola recipe, I like to separate my wet and dry ingredients. We wanna make sure that all of the ingredients are thoroughly incorporated, so that's why I'm gonna do this. I've got some melted and cooled coconut oil here, and I'm just gonna add the rest of my ingredients. I'm using some of my almond butter. And this is gonna serve as a really nice mixture for the oats and nuts and seeds and whatever else we're adding to this granola to really cling onto, so we can get those really crunchy clusters. And clusters are why we're all eating granola in the first place anyway, right? Almond butter is in. To sweeten it up, we're gonna add some maple syrup. This is the maple portion of my Nutty maple granola. Maple adds this really nice golden richness to the granola. It's so good. It's really lightly sweet, so it's not too sweet. I've got all my wet ingredients in my bowl, and now I'm just gonna whisk it until it's nice and smooth. Be careful here. Wear an apron. I don't do it, but you should. We're whisking, and we're whisking. And I just want to whisk this until it's nice and smooth, making sure that all of the ingredients are thoroughly incorporated. Okay, wet ingredients, we're gonna set them aside. They're gonna hang out for later. And now I'm gonna get to work on my dry ingredients. Because I like to maximize the presence of clusters in my granola, it's very important to me, I'm gonna crush my nuts before I add them into my oats. So in order to do this, all you have to do, add your nuts into any sort of bag, take a rolling pin or even a bottle, and just get your stress out, like this. You can also roll them if you're more delicate, but I'm really going for it today. I promise I'm a very patient person in general. We want them to be coarsely crushed, but it's okay if we have some bigger or smaller pieces because it's nice to have some texture with our granola. We like the crunch. Okay, I've got my bowl of oats right here. And now I'm just gonna add all of my dry mix-ins in. Adding my pecans in here. My stressed pecans, the result of my stressed pecans. I should also say that if you've got any nuts or seeds that have just been hanging out in your pantry for a little too long, this is a great opportunity to use them up. I'm adding some almonds in now. Just gonna use some cinnamon here. You can also use some nutmeg if you'd like, really whatever you'd like. And then we're gonna add a little pinch of salt. And now I'm just gonna fold in all of my dry ingredients together. Make sure everyone gets to know each other. It's very friendly granola. Now that I've mixed all of my dry ingredients together, I'm just gonna add in my wet ingredients and mix everything together. Okay, here we go. It's very aesthetically pleasing. This wet mixture is really what's gonna help this granola have clusters, so I like to make sure when I am mixing both the wet and dry ingredients together that everything is really nicely coated. Okay, listen closely. The really important thing when you're making granola is to make sure that everyone has some personal space. So we wanna make sure that all of the oats and nuts in this entire mixture is spread out in a very even layer so everyone has room to breathe. By spreading everything out, we're also gonna make sure it bakes in a very even and crisp layer. And we're just patting everything down really gently, spreading it out nicely. We don't want to pat anything too hard to crush any of the nuts. Now that everything is spread out, I'm just going to go bake in the oven at 325 degrees for about 30 to 40 minutes. While our granola is baking, we want to make sure that we're stirring it every 10 to 15 minutes so we can ensure an even and crisp bake. Spread it out evenly again, and then back in the oven we go. The secret to super crispy, crunchy, clustery granola is actually letting it cool completely before you break it apart and serve it. I know it's tempting, but just don't touch it for a little bit, okay? This granola is completely cool, so now I'm just gonna break it apart and add it to my plate. I mean, you just can't. You can't say no to this. This is crazy. Look at how crunchy. The clusters are what I live for. It's the only reason I eat granola. Like, this is the most satisfying thing to me, ever. I will break it apart though, just a little bit. We want to maintain those clusters though. I'll take granola over a granola bar any day. That's just me. And did you see how easy it was to throw this together? You literally just combine both your wet and dry ingredients and you've got this super delicious, one pan, amazing granola. And look at this bake. It's so even, so golden and crispy. Okay, it's time for me to taste. I've been waiting to dig into this cluster this entire time. Lightly sweet from the maple syrup, not too sweet, so it's a perfect breakfast companion. Or honestly, you could eat this at any time of the day. You could even top ice cream with this. It's a really nice, crisp, golden layer on top of some vanilla ice cream. Sign me up. You know what? My dad loves this recipe. I make it for him all the time. I'm gonna send him a picture so he can be a little bit jealous of me in it, so he can remember my face. He knows what I look like. He's gonna be so jealous. So good. Speaking of my dad, this next recipe is inspired by him and something he used to make all the time. So I'm gonna go grab the ingredients and start popping some popcorn. This is a variation of a popcorn recipe that my dad used to make all the time. Poor guy. My mom, my sister, and I would always steal some before he could even have a single kernel, so I guess this is redemption for him. I'm gonna show you how to make your popcorn really delicious, really flavorful with this spice-infused olive oil mixture. So I've already popped my popcorn, and now I'm just heating my pan on medium-low heat, and I'm gonna add a little bit of olive oil. You can use your favorite spices here, but I'm gonna use one of my favorites, which is some garam masala. This is a really common blend of Indian spices, and it's really delicious, really warming, creates a very savory flavor in this popcorn. I'm gonna add this straight to my oil, along with some cayenne pepper. This is gonna take it up a notch in the spice department because I like things very spicy. Finally, I'm gonna add a little pinch of salt. And now all we're gonna do is just stir our spices. Now the reason that we're heating the spices here in the oil is because nobody likes a raw spice. Raw spices are not cute to eat, so we want to cook the spices with the oil so they become fragrant, they become aromatic, and it just infuses a lot of flavor into your popcorn. I was so obsessed with popcorn in college, I'm pretty sure it's the only reason I made it through. I would just snack on it like all the time. Got me through my exams. Thank you, popcorn. It's done so much for me in my life. And you want to make sure you continue to stir your spices in with the oil so it doesn't burn. We're only doing this for about a minute or so until you smell that delicious aromatic spice smell. You don't want it to smell too raw. When you allow the garam masala to cook in this oil, you can really smell all of those individual spices, the cumin, the cloves, the coriander. It smells so fragrant. So my spices and my oil smells really aromatic. I've cooked it for about a minute. Now it's time to just drizzle it over my popcorn. There we go. I'm just gonna shake it up so everything is fully incorporated in here. Now I'm gonna drizzle it over my popcorn. It smells so good. Now I'm just gonna toss it so that everything is well incorporated. This is just a really great way to make a flavor-infused popcorn so that you're not just going with the plain salt, you're not just going with the plain butter, there's a little something extra going on. Now that my spices are fully incorporated in my popcorn, I'm gonna add a little bit of nutritional yeast. This adds a very cheesy and savory flavor to the popcorn without actually adding any cheese. Mix that in a little bit. And then I'm gonna finish with a little pinch of salt. I have to show my dad that I made this. It's a little bit better than his. Don't tell him. I'm so mean. It smells so good. I seriously wish you could smell it. I cannot wait to dig in. So I'm just not gonna wait. I'm going to dig in. Oh, come on. Okay, this might be dramatic, but I don't think I can eat regular popcorn ever again. It's so good. And again, you can use your favorite spices here. You can even do a little salt and pepper, a little garlic powder. Really make it your own, but just know that I have a feeling you will not go back to regular salted popcorn. Butter? Who is she? It's so good. It's really good. You guys should try this. The next time you get a snack attack, all I have to say is just don't panic. Remain calm. Make these 3 recipes, they're so delicious and the best way to keep your days going. Whew. Hey guys, super busy, cooking up a storm, but I have something exciting to tell you. #cooking is back. So tune into Today All Day. Okay, I got some in the oven. I gotta go. See you later.
Say Today All Day, I don't know about you, but I love pecan pie. But why is it we only get to eat them on Thanksgiving? Well, Samadada. and her baking buddy, Chef Samantha, have reimagined the classic holiday pie for any time of the year. Sama is serving up vegan mini pecan pies that make a perfect sweet snack. And then Samantha makes a stunning maple nut tart that is truly a work of art. It's all coming up next on #Cooking.
So we're just stirring.
Oh gosh,
It's okay.
Sama, it smells so good already.
Doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Don't you want this in a candle?
I do. Sama's gonna start making
I'm
candles.
gonna start making pecan pie candles, baby. I am so excited today because I have one of my dear friends and baking queen, Sam Senaratna, in the kitchen with me today. We are 6 feet apart for obvious reasons, but we are still #baking buddies.
Absolutely.
I am so lucky because Sam food styled my first cookbook and it just looked so beautiful. We really bonded on set and I'm just so excited to have her with me today. We are going to be making our own unique takes on a pecan pie. I am making my favorite mini vegan pecan pies, and Sam is going to be making a more traditional, delicious nutty tart. I'm so excited. So let's get into it.
Let's do it. What are you going to do first?
Okay, so we all know this, that everything is a bit cuter when it's in mini form, right? So today I'm making my mini vegan pecan pies. I find that they're the perfect thing to eat and make when I'm craving a pecan pie, but I want something a little bit more bite-sized and shareable. So the first thing that we're gonna do is make my filling. I've heated my saucepan on medium heat, and now I'm gonna start adding my filling ingredients.
Sounds good. What do you got?
Starting with some coconut oil.
Do you keep your coconut oil in the fridge, or do you keep it at room temp?
I keep it at room temp.
I keep it in the fridge.
Tell me why, Sam.
It lasts longer.
There we go. Pro tips from Sam,
But also,
baby.
I think maybe you go through coconut oil so fast that you don't need to keep it in the fridge.
I go through coconut oil probably like 1 jar a week. So after my coconut oil, I've got my pecan butter. A little fancy today with some pecan butter.
That is fancy.
A little fancy. But if you don't have a pecan butter, you can totally use an almond butter. Now, to sweeten this up, I'm using some coconut sugar and maple syrup, my favorite sweeteners. They're unrefined. They also have this very warm and delicious caramel taste. I find that especially for this tart, it's gonna get so caramelly. It's gonna taste almost like a toffee. I'm gonna mix this up a bit. And then I'm going to add some of my vanilla extract.
Delicious.
I'm gonna stir my filling for 10 minutes, and then I'm just gonna let it reduce and thicken and smell really delicious. It will smell like a candle. After we do that, after it cooks for our 10 minutes, we're gonna add our almond flour and our flaxseed meal.
Okay.
So we're just stirring.
Oh gosh,
and cooking.
Sama, it smells so good already.
Doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Don't you want this in a candle?
I do. Sama's gonna start making
I'm
candles.
gonna start making pecan pie candles, baby. Before you add the almond flour and the flaxseed meal, you wanna make sure your mixture is reducing a little bit. So you'll notice that it's bubbling up. It's kind of pulling away from the sides of the pan, and then that's a really good time for you to add your flaxseed meal and your almond flour. And it looks like we're there. I'm using an almond flour here just to thicken up the mixture a little bit, and I'm also going to use some ground flaxseed, otherwise known as flaxseed meal. Do you use this when you
I
make
do
your cook?
sometimes. I have a dear friend that's vegan, so I try to use flaxseed for her egg replacements.
Flaxseed meal adds some fiber, and we love a fiber moment here. We're stirring this up so the mixture gets nice and thick. The almond flour and the flaxseed meal are really what's going to help us get it there. Does it smell good?
It smells so good. You all wish you were here.
You wish you were here to smell this.
But you're gonna make it at home, so it's gonna be great.
Yeah, you are gonna make it at home. Please. You'll love it. Finally, for my filling, I'm gonna add my crushed pecans. You can just crush them with your hands, super easy. But I like adding this because it adds texture to the filling, and my crust is actually gonna be more on the cookie side of the spectrum rather than a traditional buttery crust. So it's nice to have some weight to the filling.
Yum.
Crush it up. It's okay if you've got some big or small pieces. You love texture here. Your tart.
It's all about texture.
It's all about texture. I'm so excited to get there. See how it's kind of thickening up? I'm gonna take this off the heat. Incorporate those pecans, get it off the heat, and then get to work on my crust.
If we don't eat it first.
if we don't eat it all first. So I'm actually going to use flax eggs to help bind the crust. I know flax eggs don't sound very glamorous, but they are super important in vegan and plant-based cooking. So I'm using 2 flax eggs here, which means I'm going to use 2 tablespoons of ground flaxseed meal, and I'm going to add 5 tablespoons of water to it. Make sure you give it a nice stir. I'm going to let my flax eggs hang out. They can just take a chill pill. And now we can work on the rest of my crust ingredients.
Yum.
Sam's excited. Okay, so I've got my melted and cooled coconut oil and my almond butter here. That's gonna serve as a nice base for my crust. I'm gonna add my almond butter first into my bowl. I'm using a creamy almond butter here. So I want it to be super basic, kind of a nice cookie crust. Now I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil. This is gonna be like my butter for the crust. It's gonna be really delicious and rich. I'm gonna whisk this together so it becomes nice and smooth. And then, to sweeten this crust up, I'm gonna add my favorite, coconut sugar. This is gonna complement the coconut sugar that's in my filling too. So good. Now I've combined my almond butter, my coconut oil, and my coconut sugar. At this point, our flax egg should be nice and thick. As you can see, pretty gelatinous. I know that's also not a cute word, but it's true. It's gonna help us bind.
Can I see some?
Yes. So you can see how it's kind of thick. Look at that.
So fast.
Sort of like a gel.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be nice because this is what's gonna help bind our crust instead of an egg. For my dry ingredients, you know how I said it's gonna be sort of like a cookie, cakey crust? The almond flour is really what's gonna help it get there. And I'm using almond flour and coconut flour, which I like to do in tandem because coconut flour is so absorbent, almond flour is so dense, so I find it makes a really nice pairing.
Smart.
Whisk that up nicely. And here's where it gets fun, Sam. We get to combine our wet and dry ingredients. I'm gonna just put this straight into here. It smells so good.
Already.
Right?
It really
Already?
does.
Sometimes I find that this needs a little bit of help to come together, which is why I prepared. Got some almond milk. You can use any non-dairy milk you want, but it's just gonna help the crust become nice and smooth.
So in my crust, I would use butter, lots of butter, and flour, and granulated sugar.
Yeah. As you can see, this dough can be really sticky, so make sure you're armed with a spatula to help your whisk out.
You know, though, at home you'd use your fingers.
At home, yeah.
Yeah.
I do use my fingers when I'm at home. You know what? Are we over it? I'm just gonna
get in there.
Just gonna get in there.
They're the best tool you have.
You always say when you bake to trust your body, which is what I love about you. Can you explain this to me a bit more? Is that your baking philosophy, to trust your body?
That's my baking philosophy. That's why you use your hands, right? So you feel it and you smell it and you know, use all your senses to sort of figure out what to do next.
We really are hashtag
I
baking
know.
buddies. Okay, so it looks like my crust is nice and sticky, well incorporated, which is gonna be perfect because now all we're gonna do is transfer it to my little mini muffin tin.
You know why I like your dough so much?
Tell me, Sam, why you like my dough.
Snack on them because there's no raw eggs.
You know what? It's
I'm
always
a cookie dough lover, so.
It's always a bit of a question on whether or not the dough will make it to the oven for me. So now I've added my crust into my little mini muffin tin. All I'm gonna do is use my finger or my knuckle to create a little bed for my filling to sit snugly on top of, like so. And it's really easy and fun too. You just mold it to the sides of the little mini muffin tin. We're using a little mini cookie scoop to control how much dough we add into the pan so that it's nice and even.
I wish I could help you.
I know, I miss you so much. Oh, I forgot to mention, I did grease this pan with coconut oil, and you want to make sure you do that. Super important because you don't want the pies to stick to the pan.
That would be really sad.
That would be so sad. Now that all of my little cute mini crusts are done, I'm gonna add the filling. Just gonna move this bowl aside. As you can see, this filling has just gotten so thick and it's delicious and it's like a toffee. I'm gonna add it straight into my crust. And it's gonna fit nice and snug in there. Like, they're like little mini tarts, I know. They're so cute. You don't wanna overfill the filling because it will bubble up in the oven when it bakes. So make sure you just level it out. But this guy definitely needs a little more. And see how nice it is that this filling is so textured. It's gonna be so delicious when it caramelizes and cooks in the oven. Finally, just for aesthetics, I'm gonna add a pecan on top of each of these, just to finish it off.
Great.
I can't wait for you to try this, Sam. My little cute vegan mini pecan pies are done, so now they're ready for a little journey in the oven, going in at 350 degrees for about 20 minutes. Yay! Now that it's in the oven, I'm gonna clean this up, and Sam, it's time for you to make your tart.
My turn.
So
I'm
excited.
gonna get my ingredients.
Cool.
A classic butter crust is the base for many delicious desserts. It takes a bit of practice to master, but it's worth it. I'm going to show you how to make it. To start, combine flour, sugar, and salt in a food processor and pulse to combine. Now add the cold butter and pulse until the mixture resembles a coarse meal. Then add 3 tablespoons of water and pulse the dough until it starts to come together. You can add a little more water if you need to. Tip the dough onto a piece of plastic wrap and then shape it into a flat disc. Pop this disc into the fridge and let it chill for at least 1 hour or up to 2 days. On a lightly floured surface, roll the dough into a 10-inch circle. Transfer the dough to a 9-inch fluted tart pan and gently press the dough into the edges. For a nifty little trick, run the rolling pin over the top to trim the edges. Pop the tart shell into the freezer for 15 minutes. Before baking the tart, line the frozen dough with parchment paper and fill the inside with pie weights. This step will help our crust keep its gorgeous shape. Bake the shell at 375 for 15 minutes. Remove the weights from the tart shell and bake again until lightly golden, another 10 to 15 minutes. Now your beautiful crust is ready to be filled.
Okay, Sam, you're making this delicious nut tart. I need all of the details. How did you come up with it?
Well, it's based on a classic pecan pie, but I developed this recipe for my dad because he is a lover of nuts. He loves nuts more than anyone in the world, and every time I go to visit him, he wants me to bring something nut related. So that's how this came about.
Cute. What are we doing first?
I think the first thing I'm going to do is chop my chocolate. So this is a bar of dark chocolate. I am not a chip girl. I know that you are. I find that you can buy better chocolate when it's in bars, and you can control the size, and it melts a little better.
It's nice to have texture too, right?
Totally, and I like having all different varying sizes of chocolate, so every bite's a little different.
Ooh.
So now that's chopped. I'm gonna set that aside, and my filling is super easy. We'll just start with 3 eggs. And look how nice and bright those yolks are.
Can you tell us why you crack your egg on the counter, not the bowl?
It's easier not to get any pieces of shell in your bowl when you crack it on the counter.
Little pro tip.
So I'm just whisking this first, and you want to make sure to whisk it really well, because otherwise you'll have these little pieces of egg white in your mixture, which is not pretty.
Not cute.
So we'll mix this really well, and then we'll just add a couple more ingredients. We're going to add some melted butter.
Delish.
Yum.
Delish.
A little bit of brown sugar. And just like you, I'm using maple syrup. I'm from New England, so I feel very strongly about maple syrup.
Very on brand.
So traditionally, pecan pie is made with corn syrup, which is totally fine if that's what you want to use. I prefer using maple syrup because it has such a delicious flavor. And why not add more flavor? And then now my filling is done, I'm just gonna add my nuts. So for this tart, I am using 3 different kinds of nuts because that's what my dad would like. I'm using pecans, walnuts, and hazelnuts. You could use any mix of nuts that you want. I'm also keeping them whole. I'm not chopping them because number one, I'm lazy. And number two, I really like the big pieces of nut. I think it looks really beautiful and just crunchy and nice. And you know, with hazelnuts, they usually come with these little brown papery skins. So you want to make sure you remove that before you bake it. You can do that by just putting them in the oven, 375, for about 8 to 10 minutes until you'll see the flaky skin sort of starts to come off the nut. And then you throw it in a dish towel and rub all those skins off. You can also buy them like that if you wanted to.
So why would we be removing the skins?
The skins actually are a little bit bitter. So you really don't want, I mean, a little bit is kind of okay, but you don't want a lot of that in your final tart.
Yeah, we don't want anything bitter.
All right, so that all goes.
Woo! And you're not chopping your nuts.
No, I'm not. I just think it looks really cute when they're all big and luscious.
Texture, baby.
Texture. We love it. Okay, so that just gets tossed together.
This is super simple.
It's so easy. I mean, pecan pie is the easiest pie there is. But you know why I do it in this tart shell? I want the nut filling and the crust to sort of be equal players.
You want like an even ratio.
Mm-hmm. I think crust is really important, so.
Oh, I'm there for the crust.
And, of course, we can't forget to add a little bit of salt. You have to season all your sweets just like you season your savory food. It really brings out all the flavor. In the chocolate goes.
Could you use a different kind of chocolate
Oh
if you
yeah,
wanted?
absolutely.
Okay.
So this is bittersweet chocolate, which is my fave. But you could certainly use milk if you prefer. Okay, this looks nice and well mixed. There's no little bits of egg that haven't been incorporated. It's perfect. So now I'm gonna go on to my crust.
Now I think I know the answer to this question. I think I know what you're gonna say, but could you potentially use a store-bought pie crust?
No. Ready?
Is it time?
It's time. All right, so I'm adding this beautiful filling. Look at that.
I mean, come on.
It already looks pretty delicious. Caramelly, those big chunks of chocolate, nuts.
I love the plot twist chunks of nuts.
Chunks of nuts.
Yes.
It's like the name of a band. You gotta make sure to sort of spread out your nuts a little bit. And be really careful not to let any of the filling go over the sides because that will make it stick to your tart pan, which is a real bummer.
It belongs in a museum for sure. Like, I mean, artiste.
Well, thanks. Well, as you know, I'm also a food stylist. So you want to make sure to spread everything out so that you don't have chunks of nuts on one side. You know, you want it all to bake really evenly. And you want every person to get every kind of nut in every slice. Okay, I think she's ready for the oven. So I'm gonna ask you to do the honors.
I would be honored to do the honors.
375 degrees for 20 to 25 minutes. You'll see it's like puffed all the way through and golden brown.
I'm on it. I'm on it, Sam. This kitchen smells amazing.
incredible.
So good. We made it. We took the journey. I'm so excited to try this. Tell me, how would I serve this?
Right, you gotta get it out of that pan first. So I have a little trick to show you.
Yay.
You need a big can.
Okay.
And now you're gonna pick it up and put it on top of the can. And if everything works according to plan, the sides will just fall off.
I'm stressed. Okay. Okay. We can do it. All right. So I'm gonna put it on top of the can.
With the can in the center.
Magic.
I love it.
Magic.
Magic.
Okay.
Now you can put it in your
beautiful.
plate.
Look at that, though.
Looks good.
Looks so good. All right. Going on my little plate. Okay.
Like
Moment of truth, Sam. I mean,
It's kind of like a cookie now that I'm looking at it.
the Met called. It wants your tart.
You're cute.
Delicious. See, look at all of those whole nuts. I feel like it makes it look so pretty. So cool.
It's very nut forward.
Nut forward. Okay.
It's my turn, Sama.
Yay.
Oh, these look so cute. Ah. They come out so cleanly.
Yay.
They're so, this would be such a good little party snack.
They're
Look how cute
mini,
they are.
bite size. So, you know.
You know what, I'm really into this beautiful caramelized moment, as you would say.
It's a caramelized moment.
Okay, I'm gonna pick one that has like all that yummy. I wanna see what it looks inside. Look at that. That looks good, Sama.
Thank you.
Yum.
I hope you like it. Good? I'm so happy.
The coconut sugar is so yum.
Right?
That's delicious, Sama.
Thank you, Sam.
It's like rich and chewy and crunchy and coconutty.
How do you feel about the cookie crust?
I'm into it.
Okay,
I'm
good.
really, I love how thick it is because it's like
It's luscious.
luscious. That's what it is.
Luckily, there's a huge piece of that delicious chocolate right here. This is what I'm going for. I mean, Tim, you shouldn't have, but you did.
For you.
I mean, the chunky nuts are like the perfect complement to the melted chocolate. And the crust?
Butter. Butter is good.
I mean, oh my God. This makes me really happy that we're baking buddies.
Now we can be eating buddies.
I have a request.
Tell me.
Can we bake together more often?
All the time.
Amazing. Great. Sam, I think we have to document this moment so we can remember to do it more often.
Of course.
And take a picture, or a few. You can never have too many. All right, ready?
Yes.
Okay, we need to get the tarts in there.
Easy.
Yeah, oh, perfect. Yeah, that's good.
Good.
Yay! Sam, thank you so much for coming today.
Thank
you are
you.
my OG baking buddy, and I'm just gonna continue to enjoy this.
Yeah, me too,
for
girl.
myself.
Let's do it.
I love us.
Ditto.
I mean, we're so good. We're so talented.
So talented.
Super modest, super humble, but this is really good.
It's good. It's good. Thanks, Sama.
Thank you.
Hey, Today All Day. Up next on #Cooking, Samadada is sharing her favorite ways to use up any oats that you have lying around. First up, she's baking an oatmeal chocolate chip cookie that's healthy enough to eat for breakfast. Then it's homemade granola with a savory twist.
If you like oatmeal raisin